Hey, you. Welcome to another Saturday edition of Miss Lady Dab's Saturday Race Day. I welcome you. I hope you enjoy the program today. We have a lot to go over today. I plan on covering, see how many races today. Um, 13 races today. The big one is going to be at Woodbine. I'm going to be, well, let me explain it this way. I'm going to be at Mammoth Park, Woodbine, Colonial Downs, Gulfstream, and Del Mar. Um, these are all going to be big races for today. The first race that we're going to be covering is at Mammoth Park, the fifth race. This is Philip H. Iselin stake race for $150,000. It's going a mile and a 16th on the dirt, and there will be 6 starters in this race. Um, so let me introduce you to the riders and the horses for today. Actually, the 3 and the 4 have been scratched, so there are only 4 horses in this race. Um, and we've got about 11 minutes to post. This is a grade 3. Now, as I've explained before, the horse in this stake race, the greatest stake races are 3 is the lowest level, 2 is the second highest level, and grade 1 are your top tier racing. That's like your Kentucky Derby and whatnot. These are, if I'm not mistaken, horses that are going from a lower level to their entry level into the stake racing world. So, anyway, one is East Avenue, which is the favorite at 4 to 5, and the jockey is Tyler Gaffleone. 2 is Chunk of Gold at 2 to 1 with Jaime Torres. 3 is Bishop's Bay at 5 to 2 with Luis Riviera Jr. And for uh, like I said, 3 and 4 scratch. 5 is LaFrost at 7 to 1 with Melissa Io Iorio. I'm not familiar with her, and if I pronounce her name wrong, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Um, but those are the 4 horses that are in this race. Now, anyone who has been following me knows I don't do horses. If it's 6 or less, I don't even bother. It's just an enjoyable race to watch. If I had to do a instant at a glance, a quick glance, I would just bet on Tyler because he's the best jockey in the field. But that's all I got for this one. Um, and um, we'll see what the coverage looks like. Our next race that we are going to cover is going to be uh, the 6th race at Woodbine. And we'll get to that after this one. Actually, they're so close together. I don't know if they might run together. So let me just go ahead and talk about it. It's the 6th race at Woodbine going 6.5 furlongs on the turf. This is the Bet 365 Soaring Free stake race. The purse is $150,000, and there are 8 starters in that race. So let me jump over to that one real quick. We still have 7 minutes to post for this race. So we've got a little bit of time. Okay, so the next race is Woodbine. Woodbine has a big card today. They've got several stake races. Um, and the biggest one we'll be talking about a little bit later in the day. But these are 2 year olds. Um, and like I said, they're going a mile and a half on the turf. So out of the 8, the 1 and the 3 have been scratched. The 2 is Quipster at 7-1 with Petro Moran. The 4 is Humble and Kind at 10-1 with Sahan Savici. The 5, Uncle Dodo at 3-1 with Romero Mirage. The 6 is Speaker's Speech at 7-1 with Rafael Hernandez. The 7 is De La Renta at 5-2 with Fraser Albi. And 8 is Through the Years at 3-2, which is the favorite, and that's with Johnny V. So those are your lineups for the 6 race at Woodbine. 6.5 furlongs. Let me see. Uh, we've got 5 minutes to post at Monmouth. But while we're waiting for Monmouth, this is the only race I believe I am covering at Monmouth today. Yeah, this is the only race I'm covering today at Monmouth. And then the rest of them are going to be Woodbine, Colonial Downs, and Gulfstream Park. Um, so let's go over to Woodbine and see what Woodbine has to offer. Um, as far as at a first glance, don't really know. Trying to figure it out. Let's see, this is the 6th race. Okay, so what did I say was scratched again? The 3 and the 4. Oh no, we're at, sorry, this is Woodbine. I mean, this is Monmouth Park. Woodbine, the 1 and the 3. We've got 3 minutes to post. Okay, so let's see. I like the 7. Anything else? Mm-hmm. Mm, maybe the the 5. This is a turf race. Maybe not the 5. Uh, well, you know what's interesting in this race? This is a turf race, and none of these horses have run on the turf. How crazy is that? So it's a wide open field at Woodbine. Let me go back here. 2 minutes. Yeah, this is an interesting card. Um, I'm looking at the past performances right now, and this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing, uh, let's see. Um, Trying to see anything. I mean, honestly, it's anybody's race. Honestly. Hmm. Okay, so let me see where the horses are at Monmouth Park. So um looks like they're heading down on the dirt right now. So you know what? I forgot my sweater. Daggone it. I'm cold. Wait, hang on a second. I'm not gonna wait like I did last time. I'm gonna grab it right now. Okay. Anybody who knows me knows I don't like being cold. It's a little chilly in here today. So, but then again, it's always chilly in here, so that's nothing new. Okay. Think. Oh, still got the tag on. Never even bothered. I'm too lazy. Not because I can't. I'm just too lazy. Take tag off. Anyway, that's a whole different topic. Um, so they are heading to the dirt. They're doing their circle dance right now at Mammoth Park. I will switch back over to Woodbine once this race is over with so that we can talk about the next race because I don't think the next race is, let's see where we are at Woodbine. Well, we got 13 minutes, so we're good. Um, so yep. Pardon me. They are still doing their circle dance. And while we're waiting, I have been, as you know, I am learning about thoroughbred racing and horse racing in general um, because I find it very fascinating. And I was introduced to it many, 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 many years ago, but I didn't really embrace it until just recently. Um, as many of you know, my mom had a stroke, and she and I were the only ones that were into horse racing. I got into it because she needed somebody to talk to and about it. So I just said, okay. I started engaging a few years right before the pandemic. And then the pandemic hit and I just went full on in because there was nothing else for her to do. Not necessarily me, but for her. So we started getting into this routine and we were talking about it every single day. I mean, it was just but then when she had her stroke and she got confused and she doesn't watch it anymore, um, sh I realized I didn't have anybody to talk to. So I started on this journey and where I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to go online and just start babbling, as you can tell. And as I'm learning, I'm trying to share the knowledge that I obtain. And that's what this platform is all about. It's just about, learning and coming of age, I want to say. I'm not sure if that's the right term or not, but that's what I'm using today because I can't think of a better one right now. Um, so I just am always looking for information. And I had some information come across to me just last night, as a matter of fact, about the other side of horse racing that many of us, including myself, know nothing about. And these are the ones that actually are behind the scenes. They're the, take care of the horses, take care of the tracks, take care. And I just find it really interesting. Um, to learn about that side of the business that few of us know about. Um, but I'll get more into that a little bit later. Right now, they're heading into the gate, and they're going to be off soon. So let me. Okay.
And to the outside, LaFrost. We're ready to go. The Philip Island Stakes.
Islet, the Philip Islet. I think that's what I heard him say.
And Laruff. Good start for all. East Avenue down on the inside gets a tap on the shoulder. Here comes Bishop's Bay to challenge Chunk of Gold. Jaime Torres wants Chunk of Gold in front. He's got the lead and gets over to the rail to save ground onto the first turn. Bishop's Bay, Luis Rivera Jr. aboard. He'll delegate to track right behind East Avenue. Tyler Gaffleone sets up shop in third and gets off the rail, while Melissa Iorio gets to the inside and scrapes paint with LaFrost at the back of the field, joining East Avenue. They're only two behind. The four runners approach the backstretch run. They settle into stride. Chunk of Gold is the pacemaker here. 3 parts of a length ahead. Bishop's Bay rating kindly second. East Avenue tipping far out. 3 wide now, and he's only a length and a half behind on the hip of Bishop's Bay. LaFrost can see them all. He's fourth down on the inside, 2.5 or 3 behind. Approaching the half-mile pole, Chunk of Gold went the opening quarter in 23 and 2, the half at 46 and 4.
Right
Chunk of
now,
Gold,
it's
a half
two,
length in front.
five,
Bishop's
one,
Bay going well between
six.
horses. East Avenue 3 wide, getting a little bit closer, and they turn up the heat now into the far turn. LaFrost has been left behind in fourth. Rounding the turn, Chunk of Gold neck in front. Bishop's Bay showing a little more rain second, and East Avenue has come under a hard ride in third. 2.5 behind. Bishop's Bay calls for the lead and grabs it at the quarter pole now. Chunk of Gold trying to repel that challenge, but he's second a half length behind, making a length as Bishop's Bay comes off the turn with the lead. Chunk of Gold to the inside. He's very stubborn today. He's coming back at Bishop's Bay. 1 furlong to go. Chunk of Gold, Bishop's Bay. Chunk of Gold has reclaimed the lead. Bishop's Bay right there, game for the
Is
fight.
Bobo
Bishop's
next to
Bay,
that?
now he sticks his head back in front, and he's won it. Bishop's Bay, your winner of the Philip
Bishop's
Island
Bay.
Stakes under Luis Rivera Jr. Chunk of Gold,
Louise
great
Rivera.
effort second. LaFrost third. East Avenue faded to the back.
He sure did. I don't know what happened to the wood horse. The one horse did not. Oh well, Tyler, I don't know what to say. Sorry. That's all I can say. All right, so we're moving on to the race at Woodbine. We've got 7 minutes to post. Um, get over there. So I said, I mean, the only horse in this field that has run on the turf has been number 8. I don't even know how to. Oh my God, and that's a female. Did I talk about this one? Yes, I did talk about that. So through the years is a female. Actually, the seven De La Rente is a female. Oh, so they've got three females and three males in this race, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is another one that I'm really not um, um, overly optimistic about, honestly. But like I said, I'm looking at it, and if I were to guess outside of the eight, if I could pick one outside of the eight, I think I don't know, maybe the five. Uh, maybe the five. I don't know. I'm not really confident, but I'm gonna stick with my number. Eight was the first one that came out of my mouth, Johnny V. So that's what I'm gonna stick with. So I'm gonna start doing what I did. I didn't do the mammoth. I didn't post anything in the mammoth. Welcome to today's races. Happy you're here. Um, for race six at Woodbine, going with the eight, and what was the other one I said? I think I said the five. That's all I got. I got nothing else. And the five. Okay. Anyway, so that's all I got for race six at Woodbine. Then we're moving over to Colonial Downs, race seven. This is a handicap race, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Uh, and this one has 10 starters. So let's go see what that one looks like. We can come back to Woodbine in a second. So, Colonial Downs. Okay. I'm going to wait until they post the live postings up before I even begin to talk about them. Oh, oh no, that's Woodbine. I was going to say, oh, they put them up that quick. All right, so we got 2 minutes to post for this particular race. Outside of Johnny V, I think I would put my money on a four because it's the longest shot on the board, just to cover the long shot. Sometimes a long shot. It may not win, but it might come in a place and show spot. So, okay, let me see where they are on the track. They look like they're heading to. Yeah, Woodbine is. I guess they're heading to the track. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like they're on right now. They're currently on the all-weather track, and they're heading because this is definitely. Oh, there I see them. Yeah, so they're heading over to. They've got to go around a bend to get onto the turf track, and they're heading into the gate. So that's when we'll be starting in a minute. Something went wrong. The game has crashed. Okay. Okay, the 6 is going in. Now it looks like they were going in the gate in order. Sometimes they don't go in order, and I'm still trying to understand the logic behind that. So when I figure it out, you'll figure it out. When I know, you know. All right. And the last horse is in. Okay.
Soaring free there in the gate. Locked up. As they break, and a very good start deep on the track to De La Renta through the years, and Uncle Dodo vying for the lead with Quipster on the inside. And as they settle into stride, they've come away in an absolute line. And in behind them, about 5 or 6 lengths now, 7 lengths away last, is Speaker's Speech. And Humble and Kind has gone up there as well. So there's 3 abreast. Through the years, Humble and Kind.
So right
Quips
now
to the
it's
inside.
4,
A length and a half, Uncle
8,
Dodo. On
2.
the outer, De La Renta. And as they come inside the final half mile, a long last is Speaker's Speech. Through the years on the outside, just in front. Matching is Humble and Kind, coming right back to hit the lead again. 2.5 lengths away is Quipster. On the outside, Uncle Dodo. De La Renta starts a run, and Speaker's Speech from last, exploding around the outside, but very
Wow, he
wide.
sure
In the
is.
Soaring Free, and Humble and Kind raced away through the years, has dropped right off. Quipster coming home, but Speaker's Speech absolutely flinging home on the outsides, inhaled the field and gone from last to first. Chasing is De La Renta. Speaker's Speech a furlong to run. A length and a half, De La Renta and Quipster. De La Renta coming. Speaker's Speech the leader. De La Renta picking this leader back. De La Renta ducking in. Speaker's Speech on the inside.
Not gonna
De La
catch him.
Renta charging as they come right down to the
Oh,
wire.
oh,
De La Renta might have just
oh,
got
they
it from Speaker's
did.
Speech. A photo back in third, Quipster. And on the inside, Humble
Not the
and
one that I
Kind, and the
picked.
time
Not the one
1:17.19.
that I picked.
It is a photo
So,
finish.
yeah, photo finish. Yeah. It came 7, which is 9 to 5. That ended up being the favorite. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's between the 7 and the 6. So we're going to sit here for a
First
minute
quarter
because I think we've
21
got
and 4. The
time
half a mile is
for the.
45. 3 quarters 1:10. The time 1:17.19
Yeah, we
on the
got 20
Soaring
minutes for
Free.
that one.
Photo for the win.
I'm just waiting to hear. Okay, so doing the same thing that I was doing before, and where I get these dings, and I don't know where these dings are coming from. Um,
The winner is number 7, De La Renta, over 6 Speaker's Speech, 2 Quipster,
Okay.
and 4 Humble and Kind, 7, 6, 2, 4.
7624. Had nothing. But anyway, I was saying I hear these dings and I apologize because I don't know where the dings are coming from and I still haven't figured it out. I'm not ignoring anybody, but I'm just making you know or letting you know that I heard it, but I don't know what it is. It's the craziest thing. And I have looked everywhere to try to, I'm like, well, maybe, I don't clue. Not a clue. So again, apologies, but don't know. Um, so no win in that race. All right, moving on. We are moving on to race 7 at Colonial Downs. We still have about 21 minutes for that. Let's see. Race 7. So, okay, so like I said before, this is a handicap going 5.5 furlongs, $100,000 on the turf. There are 10 starters in this race. Um, and there are 3 scratches. Looks like the 3, the 8, and the 10 have been scratched. Uh, so what I got so far is the 1 at 6-1 is Painted Warrior, and the jockey is Jose Vargas. Nope, sorry, that's the trainer. The jockey is Samuel Marvin. The 2 is When I Get to Heaven at 5-2, and that's Paco Lopez. The 3 scratch, the 4 8-1 Wears Ray with Javian Toledo. The 5 Determined Kingdom at 2-1 with Jorge Ruiz. The 6 Saxton at 8-1 with Sheldon Russell. The 7 Spirited Soul with Martina Roez at 20-1. And the 9 Showstopper Hopper with Horatio Caramanos at 30-1. So those are the riders in this race. So let's see what we got at first glance. Hmm. Now, anybody who knows me, and I'm gonna say this every single time, I don't really care because I am a Paco fan. So just to let you know, I'm gonna automatically pick him. Whether he wins or not, I don't care. He's gonna always be a pick. Um mm, what did I say was scratched? The 3, 8, and 10. 21-1. Oh, it changed. Okay then. So there's no real heavy favorite in this particular race, which is interesting. I mean, you're saying you gotta pick something. No, I don't, but I do. I do. Uh, maybe the 5. Notice how my voice goes up like this because I'm not really sure. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Well, actually, I have to say, I have to back up and say, all of them are good. I like the 7. Yeah, I like the 7. What was the other one I said other than Paco? Um, I don't think I did. I really don't think I did. Mm, the 7. Maybe the 6. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm gonna say, oh, I didn't change to the right. This is the handicap. Yep. Okay. So maybe. Hmm, okay. So in race 7 at Colonial Downs, you know what? How much time do I have at the other race? Make sure I'm keeping track. Race 6. Because I think the next race is, yeah, I got time. Okay, so I'm gonna do my pick. I always bet. What did I say? The 7, the 6 and 7. Okay, so we still have about 12 minutes and haven't shared any news today yet. So let's share a little bit of news. Let's see. What's been interesting in the news this week? Um, so Christophe Clement is getting the stake race name this week. If you don't know who he is, he passed away very, very young. Um, back in May, and now um he is getting a stake race named after him. It used to be called, let's see, wait, hang on. It used to be called the Sword Dancer Stake. Now it's the Christophe Clement Turf Stakes. Um, only thing it doesn't tell me is which track. Um, I guess I'm supposed to know, but I don't. Um, Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what was his track. Oh, Saratoga. So Saratoga is renaming the Sword Dancer stake race to the Christophe Clement Turf Stakes. Um, and Sword Dancer is one of Christophe's horses that holds the record of winning um, this particular grade 1 race 5 times. Okay. I'm sure I'm reading that right. Oh, so Christoph raced in the Sword Dancer with horses, and he won that particular stake race 5 times. So they've now renamed that stake race Sword Dancer to the Christoph Clement Turf Stake. So in honor of his passing. Um, and it will be racing today. Let me see. Hang on. Let me hold on. Hold on. Do I see? Is it today? Um, if it is, I am not covering it. So when I find out more information, I will share that with you. I'm gonna keep track of the time. We got 8 minutes to post. Okay, so what else is in the news today? Let's see, what else? Okay, Luster is a filly that's taking on the boys today in today's race, the King's Plate. I think that's the $1 million race that they have at Woodbine today, later this afternoon. Yep, the King's Place, that's the $1 million race. 'Cause she blew away the boys in the Woodbine Oaks. I don't know if we covered that. If it's not on a Saturday, I don't cover it, so I'm not really sure. She is trying to become the 40th female winner in the race's history. Her trainer is Josie Carroll, who has already won the King's Plate, the trainer I'm talking about, on another filly called Inglorious. Now, I have to read, I don't know any of these horses, so I have it when we get there, we'll talk about it. But I do have a question though, back to Christophe Clement. Do you think that more important races should be named after legendary trainers, jockeys, and horses? I mean, I think so. I think people would be more interested. But then you have your sponsors, and but you again, they can still put the important name on it, sponsored by whomever. But it's just a question I'm throwing out there. Let me know in the comments what you think. Be interesting. Okay, so we've got 6 minutes. Hmm. And my mind still hasn't changed. The five they have. What did I pick? I forgot already. Let's see. 6 and 7. Did I mean to pick the 6 and the 7? I don't know. Uh, I picked the 5 last time and it came to 7. Let's see what happens if I pick the 6 this time. And the 7. I picked both the 6 and the 7. Let's see what happens. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. So while we're waiting for that race, the next race, I think I've already talked about as well. That is the 7th race. Oh no, I haven't talked about this one. So the 7th race at Woodbine is going to be the next race coming up. This is a grade 3 stake race. And it's the Bold Venture Stake Race, $175,000 purse. It's going 6.5 furlongs on an all-weather surface, and there are 8 starters in this race. So we shall see. Um, so we're waiting on that. We've got how many minutes left? We've got 3 minutes. While we're waiting, let's go through the lineup at Woodbine. The 1 is Baxley at 26-1 with Luis Contreras. The 2 is Portland It OT at 5-1 with Ryan Munger. The 3 is Awesome Bourbon at 6-1 with Romero Mirage. The 4 is, okay, I got to see how I can see the full name. Hang on. I had to see the full name of the horse. It's Bourbon 30. Yeah, it's Bourbon 30 at 5-1 with Pedro Moran. The 6 is Western World at 4-1 with Fraser Aye- Abley. Aibly. The 7 is Scooped Up at 10-1 with Imogene Wilson. And the 8 is Notorious Gangster at Even Money with Rafael Hernandez. Now, at Woodbine, I do have my picks, but in one of my picks, oh, Parks is racing today. Sorry, got distracted. Parks is racing on a Saturday. Huh. Okay. Um, I tend to go with Emma Jean. She is a phenomenal jockey. I just read not too long ago that she had been out for a while, over a year, it said, I think, with an injury. But I will come back to that. I don't want to miss the Colonial Downs race because I'm easily distracted. So let me just stay focused here and I'll come back to um, this race. Let's see what the horses are doing right now. I cannot. Oh, uh, not sure what's going on. Oh, there he is. I was going to say, where's the jockey? The horse is out there by itself, just patiently waiting. Okay. All right. So they are all heading to the gate at Colonial Downs, race 7. Um, on the turf. We shall see. I haven't been very confident today as far as picking the races. I'm just like, oh God, you know? And it's just started. That's the funny thing. It's just starting. Yeah, there are races at parks today. I am so, huh. Too bad they don't have any stake races. Maybe I'll just next time just include parks whenever it's on a Saturday in my races regardless because yeah, it's one of my favorite tracks. But I can't do that now. So, uh, maybe not all the races at parks, but just a few of the highlighted ones, even though they may not be stake races. So let's go back and see what they're doing. I don't even think they've done their circle dance yet. Oh, they're doing it now. They're doing their circle dance. And we got 6 minutes to Woodbine, race 7. The Bow Venture, grade 3. I did say I was going to pick Imogene, and I'm not changing that. But let's see what else outside. I like the well, I like the five. Okay, let me go back here before I get too lost. Too lost in the shuffle. I'm still looking at the races. So I like the five. That's all I got. The seven and the five. I don't really have a strong opinion on the maybe the two. I don't know. As you can see, I am just overly confident about these and I'm talking about Woodbine now. I'm not talking about the this race coming up at Colonial Downs. So at Woodbine, race 7, I like the 2, the 5, and the 7, I think. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're finally on the turf. They're heading to the gate, and they are almost in the gate. Mhm. They're loading in the gate now. Okay, I believe they are all in the gate, and the
To
race
the
is getting ready
outside
to.
draw. Showstopper Copper. Showstopper Copper up to the gate, but just about in. It's about halfway in. 3/4. And all the way. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Meadow Stable Handicap. Spirited Saul was out well. Determined Kingdom right there. When I Get to Heaven down toward the inside. Saxton also in that early mix. It's Determined Kingdom set hard for that early lead. Spirited Saul on the outside. When I Get to Heaven in a tight spot down toward the inside as away third. Showstopper Copper fourth to the far outside. Saxton shuffled back fifth. Then comes Painted Warrior. Where's Ray is the early trailer.
As they head to the far turn, the 6-5 favorite, Determined Kingdom, in front by a neck to Spirited Soul. When I Get to Heaven tracks this favored leader toward the inside. 21.94 seconds, the opening quarter mile time.
It
Showstopper
is
Coppers out too deep in fourth. The
572.
lineup of three at the back as they chase
I
Determined
don't even
Kingdom.
know what I
Determined Kingdom to the top of the
I
stretch. Spirited Soul's been
bet
hounding
in this
throughout.
race.
When I Get to
That was
Heaven,
like
gonna look for
eons
a seam
ago.
down toward the inside, maybe the two path. Some decision time here for Paco Lopez. He's gonna go to the inside. Determined Kingdom still narrowly in front. When I Get to Heaven has daylight now. Tries to come through with Spirited Soul on the outside.
No.
Determined Kingdom. When I Get to Heaven coming through on the inside. When I Get to Heaven got the rail run and gets the win in the Meadow Stable handicap. Determined Kingdom was valiant but second best. Spirited Soul third, Saxton and Painted Warrior.
Who did I say I always bet on is Paco Lopez. I didn't even get excited about that one because it was just, I mean, it was a no-brainer. He came up the inside right past the 5. I don't know who the other two I picked on. Okay, 257. Okay, let's go to Woodbine because I don't. Oh, that one's getting ready to go off too. So let's go to Woodbine. Uh, Hang on, let me get there. Woodbine. Woodbine. Oh, they're loading in the gate. Okay. Almost in. Ready for Woodbine. I think they're waiting for the last horse to be loaded. Okay. Last horse going in. Oh no. One more. One more.
Field is set to run. The Bold Venture Stakes, they're ready. Offered racing and a very good start, but Pulana T was back second last and going out in front, Western Whirl. Showing up on the outside is Souped Up. It's Bourbon 30 is right there on the rail, coming to share that lead almost. And pushing forward is Pulana T. Notorious Gangster kept wide by Awesome Bourbon, who's muscling through. And at the back of affairs is Baxley, so taking the drop now, it's Bourbon 30 as Western Whirl leads the way off the inside. On the outer is Souped Up and Pulana T coming up the rail. Still a wide trip for Notorious Gangster, Awesome Bourbon the centre. It's Bourbon 30 on the inside and Baxley a length and a half away last. 23 was the first
Okay, right
fraction.
now it's
And Western Whirl
672.
makes play in front. Western Whirl doing it well by a length to Souped Up, Pulana T. Notorious Gangster's never been near the rail. Up in the centre, Awesome Bourbon. Baxley's running home. And on the inside, it's Bourbon 30. Coming down to the quarter and Souped Up lays down the gauntlet to Western Whirl. Western Whirl in front. On the outside, Souped Up. Now Awesome
There's
Bourbon is in
one
the clear.
coming
Pulana
outside.
T the inside. Right down the outside, a Notorious Gangster and Baxley. Western Whirl in front. Souped Up on the outside, nibbling away. And down the centre of the track, Notorious Gangsters finishing on. Out in front, Western Whirl, and on the outside, Souped Up. Souped Up's hit the front. Souped Up and Western
Imogene.
Whirl fighting back. Western
Girl.
Whirl and Souped Up are
Give me that
stride to
horse
stride
in.
right down to the
Come
wire.
on.
Souped Up from
Yes.
Western Whirl, Notorious Gangster, and back on the inside, Pulana T, and out wider was It's Bourbon 30. The time is 1:17.06.
Told you. She knows how to ride a horse. I love her. And in Woodbine, she's an awesome, awesome jockey. You cannot take anything away from her. She is one of the top. Imogene, good girl. Good girl. All right. So, moving on. Next race we are going to cover is going to be the Find race at Colonial Downs. It's the 8th race, going a mile and the 16th on the turf. It's $125,000 purse, and there are 9 starters in this race. Get there. In fact, the next 2 races are going to be at Colonial Downs. So, okay. These are for 3-year-olds and up. And we've got about 16 minutes for this race to start. The 1, the 5, and the 6 have been scratched. So it's 2 runner eyes at 12-1 with Sophia Vives. The 3 Wicked Prankster at 17-1 with Jean Brasino. The 4 is Virginia Fitz at 7-1 with Daniel Centeno. The 7 is Green Beans at 9-1 with Joseph Rocco Jr. The 8 is Thundering at 1-9, which is the favorite, and that is Paco Lopez. And the 9, Like Ike at 31-1 with Gavin Aston. Now, gotta go with my Paco, but he's such a heavy favorite. I don't know. Oh boy, going a mile. Okay, let's see. This is Colonial, the 7th race, the 8th race, sorry. And what did I say was scratch? The 1, the 2. Um, uh, sorry. I'm quiet because I'm looking at the past performances. I'm trying to see if there's anything other than Paco that might pull this off. So far, don't know. I actually like the 6, but my only drawback with the 6 is the fact that it's never been in a stake race before, but that shouldn't be a hindrance, right? That's what I'm guessing. Shouldn't be. Oh, well, again, that's all I got. I got what did I say? The 6 and the 8. That's it. That's all I got. Okay. Oh wait, did I say the sixth? I couldn't have said the sixth. Did I say the sixth? I did say the sixth, and the sixth is scratched. Son of a gun. Colonial Downs, race 8. Am I looking at race 8? I am. Hmm. Well, then I would have to go with the 6 is scratched. The 5, maybe? The 5 and the 8. Let me see. I'll come back here. Daggone it, the 5 is scratched too. What am I thinking? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. All the ones I like. 7, 8, 9. Let's look at 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so maybe the 4 and the 8. Are those scratched? No. Okay. Yeah, so that's all I got for that one. The next race is the 9th race at Colonial Downs. And actually, this will be the last race at Colonial Downs, the 9th race. I only had 3 races at Colonial Downs. And that one is the 9th race, all brandy stakes, going a mile and the 16th on the turf with 11 starts. So how much time do I have left? 9 minutes. Okay. All right, let's see what other news I can get into right now. Okay, so this is interesting. I'd never heard of this before, but half of a horse is for sale. Someone paid $1.5 million for a 50% interest in Silent Tactic, who is preparing for the Travers Stake. And I think I mentioned the Travers Stake last week. Let me see. Uh, Travers Stakes. Maybe I didn't. I thought I had mentioned it last week. Well, we're going to mention it again today because it's relevant and it's important for the racing world in the next um, grade one race. So let's talk about it. Okay. So the Travers Stakes is often called the Midsummer Derby. It gives America's best 3-year-olds another opportunity to face one another after the Triple Crown, um, and frequently helps determine the division's champion. The Travers Stakes will be on August 29th this year, which is 2 weeks from today. It's at Saratoga. It's a great one, like I said. Um, it's going 1.25 miles on the dirt, which is the same distance as the Kentucky Derby. The purse is $125 million. And the first time this race ran, we did talk about this because this race has been around longer than the Kentucky Derby. The first race of the first time this stake race ran was in 1864. Um, It's named after William R. Travers, one of the Saratoga race course founders, and his horse, appropriately named Kentucky, won the first race. The Travers is older than the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont Stakes. Keep track of the time. Got 5 minutes to post. Okay. Now, why does this race matter? Uh, the Triple Crown horses are returning for a rematch. Um, the horses that missed the spring races may have emerged, they've improved, um, get an opportunity for a rematch, for revenge. Um, the winner can become the leading candidate for champion 3-year-old males, and the strongest performers may advance towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. Think of it as the season's major summer championship and rematch race. And right now, um, the developing story is it's going to be a rematch between Golden Temple and Renegade. I'm not sure if it's going to be that much of a challenge, but we'll see. I'm not going to say take anything away from Renegade, but yeah, I don't know. Hmm, we'll see. Other possible contenders could be Napoleon Solo, Commandment, Silent Tactic. We just talked about that's what started this whole conversation, and the Puma. So what's interesting for me is that I know every single one of these horses now. I'm like, oh, wow, I can actually talk a little bit intelligent. I feel like I'm a sixth grader now. Maybe not so much. I still have a lot to learn, so maybe I'm still in preschool. So anyway, let's go back to the other race because I don't want to miss that one. We've got 3 minutes to post. We're at Colonial Downs race 8. Again, I still don't have a real strong opinion on other than the 8 and the, what did I say, the 4 and the 8. Who knows? Um, but that's all I got for now. So while we're waiting for that race to go off, we got 2 minutes. Um, let's go over to back to Colonial Downs. Oh yeah, the horses are just heading out onto the dirt right now. What did I say? This is a turf race? Yeah, this is a turf race, so they've got to make it to the turf. So while we're waiting, let's look at race 9. Race 9 is, oh, that's the all brandy race that I was just talking about. I think we've already talked about this. I don't think I've introduced the horses yet. Um, let me see. Let's see what I can do. Um, hmm. Okay. Yeah, they're still on. Oh, okay, so they're heading over to the turf now. I said I was going to talk, but it's so far out though. The next race, yeah, we have almost 30 minutes for that race. So let's go back to the race 8. And we're just going to wait and see. Because they're still making their way to the gate. They're not even on the turf yet. So we've got that 8 horses 1 to 5. Oh, are they finally heading to the turf? Because they're kind of doing their circle dance right now, and then they're heading over to the turf. Let's see. Um, I've taken a sneak peek at the 9th race, but I don't want to miss the 8th. That's the reason why I haven't started talking yet about it. So there's kind of a method to my madness, maybe, sorta. Hmm. It's funny because all of the horses that I liked in this race have been scratched. I had to really look. Now they're on the turf. And they're making their way to the gate. Okay. Yay, they're finally entering the gate. Finally. Okay, last one in the gate.
Of the fine stakes. At a mile and a 16th, they're in the gate. And the race is on in the fine stakes. From the outside, Like Ike has some forward placing. Virginia Fitz is right there, and down to the inside, Wicked Prankster is also going to be close up, but trying to cross over Like Ike. But it looks like Wicked Prankster wants to hold that rail position as they run into the turn. Virginia Fitz is back third. Thundering the favorite, well spotted fourth early on as they go into that first turn.
Right now it's
Green Beans.
9-3-4.
As the trailer in the red and white colors as they roll with 6.5 furlongs left to go. Up on the front end, it's a long shot. Like Ike, 22.66 honest seconds here for that opening quarter mile. Like Ike wanted the lead, got over to the rail. As Wicked Pranks are going to sit back in second. Virginia Fitz and Thundering. They're right together, the two favorites, third and fourth. They're a length and a half in front of Runner Eyes, who's out of last. Green Beans now the trailer, just 5.5 lengths tip to tail with 4.5 furlongs remaining. The leader continues to be Gavin Ashton and Like Ike. Like Ike to the half-mile full length in front of Wicked Prankster. The opening half, 46.91 seconds. Length and a half more than to Virginia Fitz, who's on the outside in the clear in third. Thundering covered up toward the inside. The favorite fourth within 2.5 of the lead. The two at the back, Green Beans and Runner Eyes. Around that far turn, Like Ike still there. Like Ike to the 5/16
Sure
a half length in front now. Wicked Prankster getting closer. Thundering has some run, going to need a seam as Virginia Fitz tries to get the jump on that one. And Runner Eyes, as they come into the stretch, Thundering found daylight, comes through between horses and Thundering, coming up alongside of Wicked Prankster. Thundering goes to the front.
He's gone.
Wicked Prankster back to second up the inside.
He's
Green
gone.
Beans up to third.
Don't matter who comes second.
Is now 2.5, 3 in front. Green Beans trying to get up for second with Wicked Prankster. The battle for first is over, though.
Yep.
1-9 favorite.
1-9 favorite.
Easy win in the fine stakes by 4. Green
totally
Beans got
easy.
Wicked Prankster and Runner Eyes fourth.
I think he came 8-7 something. I don't know. I don't know if the 4 was there or not. I struggled trying to find another horse other than the 8. But there you have it. So the next race, have I talked about it yet? The All Brandy Stake race. We'll just talk about it again. This is the 9th race at Colonial Downs, and this is the last race that I will be covering at Colonial Downs today. Going a mile and a 16th on the turf, 11 starts. Let's see. These are fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and it's about 22 minutes out. So we've got some time, and they still haven't posted the live odds yet. So I'm going to give it a few minutes. In this race, the 2, the 10, and the 11 have been scratched. So Now, let's see. What else can we talk about? Okay, so Flightline had a son named Initial Inshallah that cost $2.1 million for this horse. He is the son of the undefeated Flightline. He's making his debut at Del Mar today, and we will more than likely cover the Del Mar race today. Um, so it'll be interesting to see if he gonna make his $2.1 million worth of money. I don't know who the owner was that bought him. That's a lot of horse. That's a lot, not a lot. Well, it's a lot of horse, but that's a lot of money too. I don't know. Yeah, we got to keep our eye on that one. Now, I wanted to go back to Imogene because I was explaining that oh, she hadn't been out a year. She missed last year's King's Plate race due to an injury, but now she is going to be in back in um, the King's Plate. That's the $1 million race that's coming up at Woodbine today, and she's going to be on board the long shot Don Ike, IQUE. Um, it says here that Don Ike had an interesting story. Trainer Josie Carroll noticed the gray horse. Oh, so it's a gray horse while visiting Indiana. Okay. And asked why a Canadian bred 3-year-old with potential was not racing in Canada. Go figure. Now he's competing in Canada's most historic race. Um, so we shall see. Keep an eye on Don Ike. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the name right or wrong, or I don't know. So that's all I'm gonna. Oh, this is interesting also. So I'm gonna jump from that to jockey agents. And I know we haven't really covered jockey agents, and I think it's worth noting because they play a pivotal role um, in the jockey's world. Again, thank you. I hear it. I hear the ding. Again, don't know what the ding is for, but I hear the ding. Got it. Not sure what it means, but making an observation or making awareness that I heard it, and I'm going to keep talking. So, in jockey agents, okay, let me. Yeah, so a jockey agent is a person who helps jockey find horses to ride. Think of a jockey agent like a booking manager, a jockey's booking manager or business representative. The role of a jockey agent is to contact the trainers and owners looking for riding opportunities, booking the jockey's mounts for each race, studies upcoming races and available horses, keeps track of the jockey's schedule, helps decide which horses to ride when several are available. And that was the case just last week with the I believe it was Jose Ortiz who had the opportunity to ride two different horses, and he went with one of them. I'm not remembering, but I know that that was. I don't remember whether it was Jose or Irad, but one of them had that opportunity. Helps build relationship with trainers and owners and racing secretaries. They negotiate commitments, but not the official purse percentages, which is interesting. Promotes the jockey and helps develop their career. The agent usually works behind the scene, which is why the name is not very common. Um, you don't see them in the forefront at all. They're never ever talked about. I just happened to find out about it. I found out the first time I found out about an agent was when I was following Dexter Haddock out of Parks, and something came up about his agent, and I was like, "What? He has an agent?" So that's when I started doing my homework, and that's how I first found out about what an agent and what the agent does. Why is the agent so important? A talented jockey cannot win without good horses to ride. The agent's job is to place the rider on horses with the best possible chance. An excellent agent must understand which horse is improving, which trainer may need a rider, which races fit particular horses, which commitments should receive priority, and when taking a long shot could lead to a valuable future relationship. Can you imagine having to do all of that? How do you keep track of all that? And I know most agents have more than one jockey that they represent. I don't think it's just one. Sometimes the agent must make a difficult decision before the final field is known. If the jockey commits to horse A and horse B later enters the same race, the jockey may be unable to switch, even if horse B appears more likely to win. Interesting. I didn't know that. So, how do agents get paid? A jockey agent generally receives a percentage of the jockeys. Let me repeat this. A jockey agent generally receives a percentage of the jockey's earnings. The exact arrangement is privately negotiated, and that makes sense, because it's different for each relationship. So that makes um, normal sense. Jockeys normally earn a percentage of the purse when their horse wins and smaller amounts for other placings. They may also receive a fixed riding fee, often called a mount fee. Okay, see, I did not know that. I didn't know there was such a thing called a mount fee. The agent's compensation comes from the jockey, not directly from the horse's owner. Interesting. Oh, representing more than one jockey can become complicated, especially if both riders want the same mount. Then the jockey has to handle potential conflicts carefully. I'm pretty sure they do. So this all ties back to the, oh, let me check see where we are as far as, oh, we've got 12 minutes. This ties all back into the topic I was going to talk about from the very beginning. There are two veteran agents, Vince DeGregory and Tony Matos have nearly 130 years of combined experience in racing. Degrassi has represented numerous Hall of Fame jockeys and is still helping apprentices establish themselves at Del Mar. He is 94, I think they just said. Let me go back because that's where. Yes, he is approaching his 94th birthday, same age as my dad, 94. Um, and let me go back down. Okay. Matos has represented elite riders associated with several Kentucky Derby victories. He will be 81 this year. So, their story shows that jockey agents do much more than schedule rides. They build relationships, recognize opportunities, and help shape a jockey's career. So that's what led me to talk about the jockey agents. Mm. So that's all I got for that. Then I want to show, let me see if I can get this. Quick little excerpts of a video that came across my way just last night, actually. And I think it's worth sharing a little bit. I don't want to share too much. But these this particular video is talking about the behind the scenes employees that you never see and hearing their stories. And I think this guy has been doing this for a while. I'm just becoming introduced to it, but I just want to share a moment and come back to it. Okay. So we've got 8 minutes. Let's see how much of this I can.
You know, the question I get asked the most, right? I got over 4.
Okay. See if I'm doing this correctly. Yeah. So I'm going to go back.
$400,000 followers on Facebook, over 30,000 followers on Instagram. We growing. People say, how you grew the platform? It's only because the stories is real.
And that's what I like hearing, are real
This is just real stories, real people. And this is how the platform like grew with the people. Like it grew in people's hearts. Like when people meet me for the first time, they hear my voice because I was so much behind the camera. Because I never wanted to be in front of the camera to take away from the story. I want the story to always be about the environment, the community, and the people. And this is really how I grew this platform in a real, authentic way. Just telling real stories.
Now, I'm not sure what track this is featuring because, like I said, I'm coming in the middle of this and I don't know anything about the content creator. Um, but I feel like it's really inspiring and it's really worth watching to learn about the behind the scenes. Um, like I said, I don't want to play too much of it. I just want to. I mean, that's a beautiful horse. But again, I don't know where this is taking place. I don't know where they are on the track.
We just kind of hearing the stories from the backside and from people that work in the industry. And you look at racing on TV, it doesn't reflect.
So whose idea was this? Your idea. What's your first name?
Rasad.
Rasad, and last name?
Harper.
Harper.
Yeah.
And how did you get involved with the racetrack?
I wasn't a racing guy. All my friends was racing the people, but I worked in a barbershop in Saratoga, and Todd Pletcher, the groom, top to bottom, come in my shop for years. Bill Parcells, everybody, and they tell me all these stories. And then you watch it on TV, and you don't see nothing that people is talking about. It's like all you see is like bad handicapping.
Right.
So were you a racetrack handicapper? Not. You just in a barbershop.
Wow.
Just
That's
stories.
awesome.
From Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Good. Well, that's great that you came up with this. I know it's.
It was just. I mean, I felt like it was just something that kind of fell in my lap in a way, man. But you know, like my friend, like all his family was like from Aiken, South Carolina, so I was hearing all those original stories, and it was like, man, you watch it on TV, nothing. It's like they don't talk to people back there. You see the jockey in the winner circle, just the way, nothing.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Javier, he telling me crazy stories. I'm talking to Kendrick.
Wow. So I'm gonna have to learn more. Um, this is a new perspective for me. And it actually kind of ties in with what I'm trying to do and trying to get more people interested in horse racing from a perspective of not being so overly involved in the handicapping. I mean, I know it's important. I know it's something that it's um that people enjoy to do. They enjoy betting on it. But horse racing to me it's like watching football. I don't bet on football, but I enjoy it. I mean, I have my favorite team. I have, you know, my favorite quarterbacks. I mean, I follow the sport because I love the sport. And horse racing is the same thing. You don't have to bet on it. You just need to learn about it and understand the world and expand on that knowledge. I mean, yes, betting is one part of it. I get it. I understand that, but that's not the only part of horse racing. Um, we've got 3 minutes to post, and let's see. Oh, I haven't even introduced these. I got sidetracked. Okay, so let me introduce the lineup for today at this race. Juniper Juice at 21-1. This is Taylor Kingsley. Gold Digging Broad 15-1. That's Jean Brixino. Uh, Bougie Bubbles. That's a cute name. 5-1 with Jareth Loveberry. Nick's Notion at 6-1 with Forrest Boyce. 6 Lucia Sierra at 30 to 1 with Gavin Aston. Pink Rudy at 6 to 1 with Sunny Leon. 8 Day to Day at 7 to 5 with Paco Lopez. And 9 Amy's Symphony at 7 to 1 with Horatio Caramenos. And that's my lineup. I don't have time to really look at the past performance right now because we've got a minute to post. Well, let me see where the horses are. uh, but I already know I'm going to bet on Pacos. And actually, funny enough, I would put money on the the 9 horse because my mom's name is Amy. So I would bet that horse just for the nostalgia sake of it. As far as anyone else is concerned, uh, a mile and the 16th. Um, hmm. The 5 was scratched. The 2, okay. The 5, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Can Paga win 3 races in a row? I don't know. I mean, it's very possible. It's very possible. And that poor Amy Symphony. Yeah. Um, I'm gonna go with the 5. Mm, okay. I'm gonna say Churchill. The 5 and the 8. Okay. Hmm. Okay, they're just going on to the turf. The next race is back at Woodbine. Oh, you know what? They're running back to back. Hold on a second. Let me go over to Woodbine. Woodbine. Yep, this one's got 1 minute. Woodbine is gonna run through this real quick. This is the Canadian Stakes presented by the Japan Racing Association. It's going a mile in the 16th. It's $200,000 and it's on the turf. And these are filly and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Colonial Downs is just going into the gate. So we've got Lupa at 9-2 with Jose Carroll. Okay, close that. The 2 is War Painter. It's 18-1. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. I was gonna say Fraser Abley is on the 1. Go back and make sure I'm not missing. Oh, they're in the gate. So this is race 9.
Good start for Bougie Bubbles. Between horses, Lucia Scara is the quickest in the green colors, though. Lucia Scara is going to go up to grab the lead as they run to that first turn. Bougie Bubbles toward the inside. Pink Ruby is away a joint second. Just in between them, Gold Digging Broad. A 3-deep trip here for the favorite. Day to Day is on the far outside. Just in behind that comes Nick Notions. Amy Symphony also 3 or 4 deep. And it's a length and a half more than back to Juniper Juice, who's the trailer. Lucia Scara has them stacked up in behind as they go through that first sweeping turn. Pink Ruby Day to Day all the way up on the outside, coming up after the leaders here as they go a pretty dawdling quarter there, 24.54 seconds. So the backstretch run begins in the All Brandy with Lucia Scara nose in front. Pink Ruby, who presses closer Day to Day, stays out in the clear. The favorite is third. Bougie Bubbles is right there after that. In and amongst horses, Gold Digging Broad. Outside of that runner comes Nick Notion. Those 3 lining up in the second flight. 2 clear of Amy Symphony, Juniper Juice. So there's only 5 lengths front to back as they go past a half mile left to go. 48.86 seconds. It's been Lucia Scara, Pink Ruby right alongside. Day to Day on the far outside in the clear. Then comes Bougie Bubbles, Gold Digging Broad. It's been a wide journey for Nick's Notion, who took some late money down to 9-5. 2 more after that. Amy Symphony trying to get underway from the back with Juniper Juice. As they wind around to the top of the stretch. Pink Ruby, here's Day to Day on the outside. Just in behind them, Nick Notion. Amy Symphony trying to wind it up is now up to 4th as they turn for home. Pink Ruby and Sunny Leone trying to hold on to that lead. Pink Ruby still just in front of Day to Day. Nick's Notion back 3rd. Amy Symphony 4th. Pink Ruby still just there as they come to the 8th pole. Pink Ruby, Nick's Notion trying to gain up on the outside of Day to Day. They're coming after this leader, Pink Ruby. Here's Nick's Notion on the outside. Pink Ruby still just in front. Nick's Notion, Pink Ruby, Nick's Notion. Pink Ruby held on to win the All Brandy. Nick's Notion was 2nd, 3rd, Day to Day, and 4th, Juniper Juice.
Okay, so the other race at Woodbine just went off. We missed that one, but let's see what they say. At Woodbine. Um,
6 is the winner. Proctor Street over 4 Eponine and 1 Lupa. 4th was 7 Power of Destiny. The numbers are 6, 4, 1, 7.
6.
So 22 and 2 the quarter, half 46 and 2 and 3/4, 110 and 3. Then 135 the time, 141.40.
Okay, so it came
Not a
6,
fast
4,
run, a little outside the track
1,
record, but not by too much.
7. So it was the 2 favorites. 6 with Pedro Moran. The 4 at 8-5 was Rafael Hernandez, and the 7 was Johnny V. So, okay, but I still think we're kind of behind. So the next race is at Gulfstream Park. Let's see if we can catch that one because this one's back to back too. So Gulfstream Park. So this is the 9th race. This is the sheer drama stake race. We are at 0. So let me see if this one's getting ready to go off. Gulfstream Park. Can you turn that down, please? Oh, they're still making their way to the gate. And this is the only race at Gulfstream Park today that I will be covering. So I'm gonna go through this one real quick. Uh, so as you may or may not know, I'm gonna tell you now, I always bet on Miguel at Gulfstream Park. I don't care if he wins. He's on the 2 horse, just a filly. He's going off 9-1. Um, the 3 is Domino Vita- uh, Vitali at 4-1 with Jose Morales. Carrie's Kiss at 7-5 with Edwin Gonzalez. The 6 is Indy Bay at 6-5 with Micah Husbands. And the 7 is Primarian Basin at 15-1 with Diego Herrera. Um, they are lining up in the gate. And they should be off real soon. They're getting everyone else, and well, they haven't started going in the gate yet, so they've still got some time. Other than Miguel, I don't have a real strong opinion. Um, there are only 5 horses in this race, so um, that's my guy, and I'm sticking with him. Win, lose, or draw, I don't care. That's who I'm sticking with. So, okay, I think they're in the gate now.
They're all in the gate. And they're off in the sheer drama handicap. The favorites were both away well. The quicker is Carrie's Kiss, and she's front and center to lead her stablemate Indy Bay as they complete the first 16th of a mile. Domino Vitale,
So it's
under a grip
five,
from
six,
Morelos, races
three.
into third in front of Permian Basin, just a filly at the back. Carrie's Kiss leads and leads comfortably. She's a length and a half in front with less than 5 furlongs to race. Indy Bay is second while it's under a loose rein from Husbands trying to keep up. From third, it's Domino Vitale, a gap of 2 more to Permian Basin, and Just a Filly is last. The opening quarter, ordinary, 22 and 4 as they pass the half-mile marker. The strides are strong on Carrie's Kiss. She's 3 furlongs from the finish, now 2.5 lengths in front of Indy Bay, who has to go get her second. Domino Vitale hard at work while racing in third, well clear of the last 2, Permian Basin and Just a Filly, through a 45-second half-mile. Less than 5/16 to go. Husband says go on Indy Bay, but her stablemate has a 2.5 length lead. That's Carrie's Kiss and Edwin Gonzalez, who arrive at the top of the stretch on top. Indy Bay is trying to take up the slack second. 3 back to Permian Basin, and they're on their way home. It's Carrie's Kiss, an 1/8 of a mile more for her. She leads by 2. Indy Bay is second, but she's still well clear of the others with a 16th to go. It's Carrie's Kiss who has the lead. Indy Bay is going to make one late push. It's Indy Bay who is second behind Carrie's Kiss, who wins the sheer drama. It's Carrie's Kiss in front from Indy Bay second.
Yeah,
Over
the
third
2
was Just a
favorites
Filly,
came in on top,
123
but Miguel came third,
and
so at
1.
least he was in the money. Um, oh, I love the way he calls it at Gulfstream Park. I think he's Peter Ayala. I can't remember his name. Um, but I think that's who it is. I don't know. I have to look him up. But anyway, okay, so the next race is going to be back at Woodbine. This is the 9th race. So I'm gonna go over these races real quick, and then I'm gonna take a quick break. Do you know we've covered a lot of races so far? I didn't realize we've covered 8 races today so far. And the last three, or the next three, are going to be at Woodbine. That's 9, 10, and 11. And then we have a couple of races at Del Mar. Um, and after the races at Woodbine, the Del Mar races don't start until much later. So what I'm going to do is take a break and come back at my nighttime races just to cover these two. Anyway, so I am going to, like I said, take a break, take a quick break, and I will be coming back in time for the ninth race at Woodbine. Do it this way. Do it this way. Do it the right way, Gillette. Okay. Okay. So this will be Catch a Glimpse is the next race at Woodbine. And that starts at get myself together here.
Wait, are you muted?
No.
It's already playing the back to some.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me mute that. Okay, so I was running down the horses just now and I was on mute. I forgot to unmute myself. Anyway, let me see where we are and maybe I have time to go through them again. Um, see where the horses are. Okay, so it looks like they're just heading to they're not even on the turf yet. Okay, so I'm gonna run through it again. 1 at 13-1 is Liberty Beach with Romero Mirage. 2 is Royal Foxtrot with Fraser Abley. 3, which is the favorite, Maloney with Johnny V at 2-1. 4 at 16-1, Epic Affair with Ryan Munger. 5 is Ghost Me at 2-1 with Sahan Savici. The 6 is 20-1, sorry, with Mo Cookie, Leo Sales or Sayes. The 7 is 26-1 with Sarayu with Petro Moran. The 8 is Scratch. 9 is 6-1 Mrs. D, Jose Campos. And 10 is 23-1 Madeline Swan with Rafael Hernandez. They're still making their way to the track. They're not even on the turf yet. It's up to my eye. So let's take a look and see real quick. This is going 6.5 furlongs on the turf. Maybe the 2. Maybe the 5. And that's all I got. Let's see if they've reached. They're in the gate. They are heading in the gate now. So, okay, they're almost in. I think the last one is entering now.
Moves in and the field is ready, set to run. Off their race and back last, Maloney, and dips right out behind the field, has dropped 2 behind. An Epic Affair second last. Mrs. D won the break. Coming through is Liberty Beach on the inside. Taken up is Ghost Me, and around them goes Madeline Swan to third with up the inside Royal Foxtrot. Epic Affairs gaining ground on the inside behind Sarayu. 2 to Mo Cookie and Maloney. 2 lengths away, Absolute last. Racing together, Liberty Beach on the inside of Mrs. D as they head to the
So
half
right
mile.
now it's
Right behind
1,
them, Madeline Swan
9,
on the
and
outside of Royal
10.
Foxtrot. A length and a half away came Sarayu, Ghost Me, up the rails, Epic Affair. Maloney second last, and now at the back is Mo Cookie. Liberty Beach continues on in front as they hit the 3/8 a neck in front. Mrs. D second, Madeline Swan and Royal Foxtrot right there waiting in the wings. Epic Affair in the centre. Around the outside, Sarayu from Ghost Me, Maloney next to last as they turn. Top of the stretch and Mrs. D dashed out in front with Madeline Swan. They got the better of Liberty Beach. And down the outside, Maloney, despite being last, is coming home like a train. Maloney from Absolute Last has just whisked on by. How good is Maloney? Maloney's raced clear. And
Right,
as they
he
come
went from
inside the
last to
final
first.
16th, It's Maloney who's come from absolute last and is going to dominate in the Catch a Glimpse Stakes. Maloney, a brilliant winner by 3 lengths to Royal Foxtrot. On the inside, Mrs. D, and then Sarayu from Epic Affair, 1:15.62.
So it came the favorite 3, and I think it came 392, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I had a horse in here. Yep, the 3, the 2, and the 9. Yep, I don't even know what I said. I was going through it so fast.
3 is first.
But I know I didn't mention. I didn't. Yep, not a clue. We've got 47 minutes to the next race at Woodbine. This is the big one, their big race of the day. It is the King Plate Stake race. It's going 1.25 miles. Race 10. There are 12 starts in this race. Doesn't look like anything has been scratched. So let's see. Okay, so the first horse is Even Money. She, I stand corrected, she is the favorite. Luster, written by Johnny V. The 2 is 30-1, Fire and Wine, written by Halon Samuel. The 3 is 30-1, Bayed Alina, written by Sahan Ceviche. The 4 is 20-1, I'm Your Medicine Man, written by Luis Contreras. The 5 is 10-1, Dixie Law, with Petro Moran. The 6 is 30-1, Don IQ. Or Don, yeah, I'm going to say IQ, with Emma Jane. That's the one we were told to look out for, and they said she was 30-1. So that might change as we get closer to the race. We're still 45 minutes out. The 7 is 10-1, Magical Factor, with Jose Campos. The 8 is 60-1, with Highway to the Moon, with Rafael Hernandez. The 9 is 5-1, Bracchetto, with Ryan Munger. The 10 is 30-1, Very Special, with Romero Mirage. The 11 is 30-1, Bond Market, with X-Rail. Ford. I'm pretty sure I am butchering his name, so I'm gonna have to listen. I'm not familiar with him at all. The 12 is 12-1, Military Time, with Fraser Abley. I wonder if he's related to Fraser. What was the other jockey's name? Oh no, it is Fraser. Okay. Different race, Gillette. I thought it was the same race. Anyway, so these are the lineups. There are 12 horses. There have been none scratched. All 12 are going to run. I'm keeping my eye out on the 6 for Imogene. That doesn't mean she's going to come anywhere in the money, but I am going to say that she can do something out there. 12 horses is a lot of rays. Johnny V, you can't rule him out. You never can rule out Johnny V, but um, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting race. So we'll see. In the meantime, because we got so much time to wait. Oh, they put it up here. So these are all of the odds. Oh, it's 3-5 now. See if anything has really changed. Imogene is still at 30-1. Probably not going to change much. Yeah, this is what I got. So right now I'm going to go back and I'm going to finish playing this video because I'm so fascinated with, oh, it started all over again. That's kind of, or did it? I'm really fascinated with the backside of
You know, the question I
horse
get
racing.
asked the most, right? I got over 400.
Let's see. I just find it really interesting about the backstory. I don't know why this square is coming up. I'm trying to figure out how to get
hearing
rid
the
of that.
stories from the backside and from people that work in the industry. And you look at racing on TV, it doesn't reflect.
So whose idea was this?
Mm.
Your idea. What's your first name?
Rasad.
Rasad, and last name?
Harper.
Harper. And how did you get involved with the racetrack?
I wasn't a racing guy. All my friends was racing the people, but I worked in a barbershop in Saratoga, and Todd Fletcher, the groom, top to bottom, come in my shop for years. Bill Parcells, everybody, and they tell me all these stories, and then you watch it on TV, and you don't see nothing that people was talking about. It's like all you see is like bad handicapping.
So were you a racetrack handicapper? Nothing. You just in a barber shop in Saratoga.
That's it. Just the story. I'm from Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Good. Well, that's great that you came up with this. I know it's.
It was just. I mean, I felt like it was just something that kind of fell in my lap in a way, man. But you know, like my friend, like all his family was like from Aiken, South Carolina. So I was hearing all those original stories, and it was like, man, you watch it on TV, nothing. It's like they don't talk to the people back there. You see the jockey in the winner circle, just the wave, nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to Javier. He telling me crazy stories. I'm talking to Kendrick. I'm talking to Chad. I'm talking to Hot Walkers, grooms. And it was like story after story. It was just blowing my mind. I just fell
That's
in love.
amazing.
And people
This is
fall in love
just
with what you're doing.
absolutely
Too. They want to hear
amazing.
these stories. They want to hear that.
When they hear it, it's all
the glamour and the glitz and all. Yeah. Let's talk about all the
And
other
all that
stuff
stuff is
that's going on.
cool, but
Let's hear about the other stuff.
all of it.
Yeah, let's open it up.
Just open it up because we live in a time right now where people is in, like you go to social media,
Yep.
human interest stories is everything.
Everything.
And it ain't this is the best place for human interest stories. All walks of life. They said your dad, your uncle was a gangster. Like every
That's how I
story
got there, right?
all back here.
Yep.
You can find every story.
Yeah, you got that right.
Melting pot. And I feel like I'm lucky and blessed that, I guess to take an outsider to tell the stories. I guess you guys can't tell your own story.
Yeah. Well, you got a gift. God gave you a vision and you're following it.
Nah.
And that's great. Trailblazer, we call that.
Yeah.
That's what you are.
Yeah.
Keep blazing. That's it. I appreciate all that you guys do.
And that's what we're doing. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate those kind words, man. But it ain't really about me. I'm like in the background. Now I'm kind of coming in front a little bit, but I feel like if the industry come together and tell the stories and collaborate, this is how you get young people involved. This is how you get people to the racetrack. Storylines. People follow the horses and they follow people. We like storylines. And the racetrack got the best storylines anyway. Every sport, any sport you would think of, any narrative you want to paint, they back there.
Yeah. And I agree with you. The generations to come for horse racing is not looking at NBC and CNN. They're looking at social media. That's the audience. That's it there. That's what we're gave me. I'm 63. You watch some. I watch some. But the young generation, that's where you catch them.
That's where we at, man.
That's where it is.
Hey.
Yeah. Good stuff, guys.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Oh, Gulfstream. Okay, I see where Gulfstream. Yeah.
You know, tell the people about the real players. What you feel about my platform?
I think your platform is excellent because you are giving the opportunity the people that is in the backstretch and the people that is, as you can say that underground is not the visible people that is working very hard to make this sport the best.
Saludo a todos los amigos que sintonizan tu canal in the backstretch.
The real players.
The real players. De verdad haciendo un trabajo espectacular. Los felicito desde aquí, desde mi Twitter y mis redes sociales, @quillazo3999. Good for you and your people, okay? Good job and good work.
Thank you. Anybody that love my video, we need a hug. You know, tell the people why you love my video.
Because it's real. It's real. It's real stuff. It's behind the scenes.
I appreciate it.
It's what makes the
I
whole thing
appreciate
come
it.
together.
People don't know.
It's hard work.
And the human side of this sport is special if you capture it the right way.
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work, and I love them. I just love the horses. And it's just something part of you.
The more I listened to this, the more I realized that this was exactly what I was envisioning. I don't want to recreate the wheel. There's no point in doing that. I want to be able to expand the wheel and put it out there and make it more widely known as far as the horse racing world is concerned. I think he's doing a phenomenal job, and a huge shout out to him for coming up with this idea. And if you are not following him, I would highly recommend it, because I did take a look at his page and he's got a lot of great content out there that he's covering as far as the horse racing industry is concerned. And I don't want to take anything away from him. I believe that he's got the vision, and I'm just like following in his footsteps, trying to send a message out there as well to get the young kids involved, because he's right. Kids today who are interested have no real place to go to learn about any of this. They just know the glitz and glamour side of horse racing, and in order to be able to get more of the younger generation involved, you got to talk to the real folks. You got to talk to the people. You got to learn about the industry. You got to, I don't want to say you have to love the horse. You really don't. I mean, you love the abilities that the horses have, and is be able to see them run and how fast they run, and be able to follow your favorite horse and see if he can make that world championship, and all of the races that are involved, and understanding the time and the commitment that everybody puts in to be able to pull this off. I mean, to me, it's really worth watching. So
Listen side. And everybody on this backside love the animal. They love the animals. And they come first.
Thank you for supporting the real players.
Oh, yeah.
It's an honor for me to kind of walk the backstretch and meet the people that make horse racing go. So,
yeah. Yeah, we love it. We love it. And it's when we watch the videos, we're like, yeah, that's right. Because we've all been there. We've all started from the bottom. We've all walked hots. We've all mucked stalls. And even the jocks, when I remember being on horseback at Calder, and I'm walking down the horse path, and I'm talking to the grooms, holding horses for baths, and we're talking, and the rider next to me says, "Why do you talk to everybody?" I said, "Because that's where I started. You have to appreciate them. They're the ones that put it all together." Yeah, it's a love, it's a passion, and it's a way of life. And the rider next to me says, "Why do you talk to everybody?" I said, "Because that's where I started. You have to appreciate them. They're the ones that put it all together." Yeah, it's a love, it's a passion, and it's a way of life.
Listen, the support at Gulfstream been real. It make me feel good inside. I'm very proud of the work I'm doing because I've been walking around and so many people been coming up to me, thanking me and saying I'm leading the way. They love the stories, love the content. You know, coming down here, when I got to Florida, my grandmother lived here, and you know, she's 103 years old.
Bless
She'll
her
be
heart.
104. And it make me proud that I know I'm making my grandmother proud. You know, she immigrated here, she worked hard her whole life, and I'm doing something positive that she could be proud of. So, you know, walking around and just, you know you're doing something good, but when you walk and everybody know your name, everybody understand what you're doing, everybody stopping me, from people that work at Gulfstream, from fans, from gamblers, I'm talking about every angle of the game is stopping me and telling me about the work I'm doing. You know, you can't even make this up. I couldn't even write this story if I tried. You know, I'm kind of writing my story in real time. Every day is a new chapter. Every day is a new story. So, you know, thank you, Gulfstream Park. Thank you for all the horse people that support the real players inside the backstretch. Can't make it up. You know, the real players is not like I say, it's not for me, it's for the people. I'm in front of the camera now, but for 6 years, I was behind the camera. It seemed like the more and more I do this video, people pull me in front of the camera. I'm only in front of the camera because so many people requested this. But I'm more nervous in front of the camera than anything. But listen, thank you, Gulfstream. Listen, I got to shout out my guy, Peter Rotundo. Peter Rotundo, I got to shout him out. You know, these is like real players behind the scene working to grow the sport.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so we still have 30 minutes left.
Now, guess what? The reason I don't know how to make $3 billion.
Okay. There was another inspiring video that I wanted to show. Let me see if I can find it real quick. The thing that I like about him is he goes where he goes where the people are. Here's one where he was at Keyland. So he travels wherever. And that's that when I first saw the video, I was like, oh, is he only at one track? But it looks like he's traveling around at different locations. He was just at Gulfstream Park, but I think his home is in New York because he said he was from Brooklyn. And that may have been where he started, or where I'm not really sure, especially when he said his grandmother's in Florida, so I'm not sure. So I have no idea. But anyway, he's this one um he's in Keyland.
You know,
I don't know why this does this to me sometimes. I can't make it full screen. And I'm not sure why. This happened to me before.
you got the hats. If you wanna support the hatch.
And I can't see it unless it shows up. You know, there's the delay.
You can't see it?
No, I can't see what you see on your computer. I have to wait for it to delay. You know, because of the delay on TV.
Okay, tell me when to I can't make it full screen. I don't know why. Oh, there it goes. Can you see it now?
Not yet. It's still like a delay. You know, it was instant when I was using AnyDesk,
Interesting. Okay.
but on the streams, there's a slight delay. So,
Okay.
all right, I
All
see it
different
now. It's just
designs,
coming
all
up.
different flavors. If you like the hats and you want one, hit me up, shoot me a message, inbox me. We got all different flavors. Maybe 22 different designs and colorways. So if you see a hat I
Oh
be
yeah, he
wearing and you kind
definitely
of
from
want
New
one, just shoot
York.
me a message. I get that out to you ASAP. So I hope you're enjoying the vlog. You're going to see more of the vlog style as we move forward with the platform. It's going to be more about us, more about me, more about my family, more about everything that's going on behind the scene. So, you know, we got the kitty right there. Look, we got a track kitty. So that's what we're talking about. Let's go holler at my man over here.
He is definitely a
Look at
hustler for
that.
sure.
This is what we like to see.
The real player of the back.
Real players. They go my guys. What's up? What's up, buddy?
Good.
Good to see. Good to see all the real players.
I'm a big fan of your stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, that's cool.
She's around. Yeah.
That's cool.
This is what we talking about, right? We not playing, we outside. And it's hard to stress, right? That it make you feel emotional sometimes. Sometimes you get defeated doing content and just creating, because you just don't know if people really appreciate the hard work or really like the videos. And to hear, you know, you run into guys that you never met and say they love your work, it's just amazing to hear that. You know what I mean? That's confirmation that never
What you're
give up,
doing works. Mm-hmm.
keep pushing. And one thing I'm gonna tell all the real players on the backside, I know a lot of people is watching me from all tracks all around the world. Eventually we're gonna end up on your track, and I'm never gonna stop doing this. I'm always gonna keep telling these stories. Cause like I was talking to a horseman, an old time horseman that been on the backside over 50 years, and I ain't gonna mention his name, but you know, I get a few of them old timers call me, and I be talking to them, and you know, and I told them, you know, for me, I'm attracted to the stories.
Mm-hmm.
Stories is what hooked me. You know, I wasn't hooked by racing. I wasn't hooked by nothing else but talking to the people and hearing the stories, and I'm hooked, and I'm fascinated by this life. And you're going to see me mucking out stalls one of these summers. You know, I don't know where I'm going to muck them out at. I might be in New Orleans with my man Wayne Catalano, you know, or I might be, you know, Saratoga with maybe Todd Pletcher. Well, I'm definitely going to work on the backside one of these summers. So look forward to that. And that's a fact. Right now, we in Keeneland. It's amazing back here. The people is amazing. This place is beautiful.
Look at the sunrise.
The sun is rising.
All right, new barn. We're about to go check it out. Good morning. Buenos dias. Hola.
Hola. To the track? Okay. She went to the track.
Oh, okay.
Well, hold on. Let me see. You speak English? No. No English? Keep the groom? That's the groom?
It's amazing that he has free reign to walk
Well,
around. I don't
we
know
have
if it's
players inside the back.
Yeah, for everybody, yeah.
Yeah, you got cards, right, Charlie?
Yeah.
Oh,
You ever seen it?
it's amazing to me that he's able to walk around the tracks like that. I don't know whether it's because of his content that the tracks are opening up to him specifically, or if it's something that other um, people can do if they're interested in doing it. But I still have to say, I think he's doing an amazing. The idea that he has come up with is it's interesting. I remember having the same thought, not with horse racing. It's a whole completely different industry. And I was amazed with the stories these people would tell. And I mean, they could sit and talk all day long. And I'm actually talking about car racing, the car shows that you have on the side, not the big ones, the small ones that they have in the little towns. I used to go to the car shows all the time, and the stories. So I understand what he's talking about. Just listening to the stories and how passionate they are and how they, live for doing what they do. I get it. I totally 100% get it. So I have to commend him for going in this direction with the storytelling. Um, I just want to hope and wish that he has much success on this. But I am going to follow and probably share a lot of his content because, like I said, I have the same vision. And it seems like that this is an alignment, and I want to be able to share this. So.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
Of course, I just want to include the
you got
racing
Facebook?
part of it
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well
good,
because
good.
I think
Look,
that's
go
important
Facebook,
too. So
and you put that in.
this is
You
just
know?
for informational
And
purposes.
you the groom?
Yeah, I go, yeah.
How long you been a groom?
Maybe 21 years.
21.
Yeah, yes.
You see, sometimes we would love to have long conversation, and the English bearers, the language bearers is a little difficult, but you can tell in their eyes, in their smile, you can just tell, they love the horse. And I'm glad we were able to get a little bit out of this. It was nice.
And if you're watching, right, we're looking for people to help us translate. When we come to the city and you hear that we're here at your track, reach out to us if you want to help us translate.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to leave nobody out.
What I notice is that as many.
Okay, I want to pause here a minute. I have heard a couple of dings. I really appreciate whatever the alert is that's coming my way. Still have not figured it out yet. I am so sorry. Still have not figured it out yet. But I want to recognize the fact that I am getting them. And until I figure out what it is, I'm just going to verbally recognize it. And then maybe I'll figure out why it's dinging. So,
As much as let's say American that works in the backstretch has been most of them's been raised with horses. The same
mhm.
thing with Latinos from Guatemala and Mexico. They grew up with horses. They really have a deep love, and it's cool to hear these stories.
You know, this is the foundation of working on the backside, man. You gotta where most people start at, walking horses and watching the water feed buckets. Hey, where you from, man?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Working for 30 years in the horses.
30
Wow,
years.
30 years.
You got 30 years on the horses?
Yeah.
They're so happy.
This is what I'm saying, man. I've never met an unhappy person on the backside yet.
For
You
real.
know, all this hard work, I would be miserable waking up in the morning to do this. This is a lifestyle.
It's
I
a
swear.
passion. It
You would
has to
think you would
be.
hear all kind of disgruntled stories
Yeah.
or tiredness or just any form of laziness. At least they ain't showing it to me when I run into them.
Yeah.
Because these people,
Yeah, this job, if you're on what they call the backstretch, it has to be a passion because otherwise you wouldn't do it. And I get that you wouldn't do it. So, um, we still have 16 minutes left. After this race, there's one more race after this for now. It is the 11th race at Woodbine. It's the Bet 365 King Edward Stakes race. It's going to be a $200,000 race, and um, it's going a mile on the turf. So that's where we are. So we've got another horse. Oh, before I talk about this, um, I know we are getting close to the Breeders' Cup. We are in, gosh, can you believe it? It's the middle of August already. Oh my goodness. So I've got a lot of catching up to do, a lot of speaking points to make on the Breeders' Cup. And I will be doing that soon. So if you are interested in learning about the Breeders' Cup, then check out my other session on the Breeders' Cup. And hopefully, we'll be able to chat away about the upcoming horses, the win and in it horses, and those that are qualifying in other ways. I mean, there's a lot that's going to be talked about regarding the Breeders' Cup. So I hope you enjoy the sessions. Now, I'm going to talk about another race. Oh, this is in Australia called the Melbourne Cup. Tawny's Port. Yeah, I don't know why I don't see. They're talking about the Christoph today. Today's. I don't think I have that on my schedule. I think I might have missed that. The Christoph Clement Turf Stake race today. Let's see. Saratoga ninth race. I think I missed that race. We've got 12 minutes here. Let's see what happened at the ninth race at Saratoga. Because I didn't put a single race at Saratoga today. Yeah, resulted. Let's see what happened. So the 7 horse ended up winning the race. Who was the jockey on that? Manny Franco. The 6. Yeah, it didn't come up on my list today. I don't know why. Did not catch it at all. I don't think I caught anything at Saratoga today. I don't think I did a single race at Saratoga. Nope, I didn't do a single race at Saratoga. I wonder why. How? Let's see how many races did they have. I don't know why it's jumping on me. They had grade 1 stake at 9th race, and then they had the stake filly race. So they had the 9th and 10th. What was the 10th race? Oh, come on, stop jumping around. It's Saratoga. Galway Stakes. That was $200,000 race. Fillies. The Cadenza. Dylan. It was a favorite. The 3 didn't even make it in the race. I mean, make it on the winning board. That is. Yep, not sure what happened with that one, so I missed the 2 races at Saratoga. I mean, it happens, but don't really want it to, but I guess it happens. I don't know why Saratoga did not come up on my list. Okay, well, let's see what I can come up with. Other than I said the 1 and a 6. But 6 is for nostalgia because I'm a big Imogene fan. Let's see. Maybe the 7? Hmm. Not sure. Let's see. A mile and a quarter. Dirt race. This is technically anybody's race. So the 11 has never been, has never, is this a dirt race? Or it's on a synthetic, which kind of the same thing. Hmm. 7 minutes to post. Mm-mm. Okay, the 8 doesn't look bad. The 7 doesn't look bad. Actually, the 4 doesn't look bad. Okay, too many to choose from. Yep, too many to choose from. I do like the 4. Okay, I got nothing. So, for this race, now that's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with. 3 minutes to post. Let's go here. See what the horses are doing. And all 12 are still in the race. Where are we?
Today's magnificent horses are these thoroughbred racehorses. They're at Keeneland Racetrack in Lexington, Kentucky. You can see those boys.
Hold on. Sorry about that. I was doing some more research and it just kind of. Okay, we got 1 minute to post. Looks like they are heading to the gate. I don't know if they're doing their circle dance, but oh, there are a lot of horses. I shouldn't have even called a number on this race because this is one where all the horses are really good and all the jockeys, even though I don't know all of the jockeys, I mean, I'm familiar with the names of most of them, except for who's on 11. I still don't know the name of that jockey, but they are making their way. Oh, the one horse is 1-2. So that's the horse to beat. 1-2. It doesn't matter. Hmm. Yep, they're going in the gate. Number 9 don't want to go in the gate. There it is. I think this is the last one to load.
And Military Time completing the lineup. Stand by for a start. The field has gone in. They're all in, locked up. And they're off. And a terrific start, but for Bond Market. They almost begin in a line otherwise, and getting out in front as they break in the King's Plate. Luster, Fire and Wine there, and driving forward. Very Special is prominent. Over in the center is Dixie Law and Magical Factor. Racing wide on the track going up is Military Time behind Highway to the Moon. And there in the top flight, a couple away is Baida Lina. I'm Your Medicine Man, the center. Bricketto on the outside of them. A length and a half away is Donique. And at the tail of affairs is Bond Market. As they race out the stretch in the King's Plate, and it's Fire and Wine who breaks away in front.
2,
Fire and Wine
10,
by a length and a half to
7,
Very Special.
1 right
On the
now.
outside third, Magical Factor. Luster is on the rail in fourth, settling about 2.5 off the leader. Just behind is the other filly, Dixie Law. As they head into the backstretch, Highway to the Moon is mid-pack. Then came Military Time by Idalina. I'm Your Medicine Man's over on the inside of Bricketto, still wider on the track. And at the back at Donique, and last of all is Bond Market, and about 10 lengths covers the field, and it's Fire and Wine. Fire and Wine, the long shot, leads the King's Plate. Very Special second. Moving up is Magical Factor, and they've got away by a length and a half to Luster, who's lying in fourth. Dixie Law right on the outside of Luster. A length away, Highway to the Moon and Military Time. And then came Baida Lina. Bricketto starting a run now. In behind them is I'm Your Medicine Man. Bond Market's finishing on pretty well. And last of all is Donique. And as they come down towards the 5/16th, still in front, Fire and Wine. Luster's coming now. Here she comes around the outside. And Luster going after this leader, Fire and Wine. Military Time swooping as well.
Who's it
They
coming
turn
on
in
the
the
outside?
King's Plate.
The
And it's Luster
12.
taken on by Military Time. Fire and Wine on the inside. And Luster's hit the front. Military Time coming after Luster. Luster by 2 lengths. Military Time in second. And there's plenty left. Oh, Luster's full of shine. She's got it won. Luster is going to streak away. And can we dare to dream? I'd love to see a Triple Crown winner. She's got the King's Plate by 7 or 8 lengths.
Wow.
Military Time second. Fire and Wine on the
Nothing was
inside
gonna
of
beat that
Dixie
horse.
Law. And back in the center was Donique. And the time.
Yep, nothing was going to beat that horse. Anytime a horse goes off 1 to 2, you kind of know that horse going to win. And that horse won. So, yeah. So, the next race is the 11th race. And that race is so far out. I'm going to pause again and I will be back. It will be 7 o'clock. It is about 40 minutes, and I know it takes a while because that was the big race and they have to go through the interviews and everything, and I get it. So, we will be back. Just realized I didn't turn on my volume. So, hey, I'm back. We are getting ready to talk about the 11th race at Woodbine. This is the last race that we'll be covering at Woodbine today. Um, this is the Bet 365 King Edward Stake Race going a mile on the turf. There are 6 starters in this race. And all 6 starters are still participating. So the one is Irish Aces at 6-5 with Petro Moran. The 2 is GT 500, okay, 6-1 with Jose Campos. The 3 is Gas Me Up at 3-1 with Fraser Abley. The 4 is Seminole Chief at 4-1 with Rafael Hernandez. The 5 is Wyoming Bill at 12-1 with Emma Jane Wilson. And the 6 is Piper's Factor at 5-1 with Johnny V. So those are the horses and jockeys for this race. We've got 2 minutes to post, and I'm just going to say I like the 5 and the 6. I know the 1 is the favorite, and the 1 might win, but I'm going with the 5 and the 6. Oh, and this is a grade 2 stake race, which is not necessarily grade 1 top level, and it's not the beginning part of the stake grade races. It's right in the middle, so that's where we are. I don't think I have anything else. Let me see. I'm looking at the past performances just to kind of go through it, just to make sure I go through it. I don't know. I still like the 5 and the 6, but the 1 and the 2 are pretty impressive too. So maybe I'll just stick out this one and just watch it because these are all impressive speed horses. All of them. But I'm betting 5 and 6 in theory just for kicks and giggles. Let me see where the horses are in this race. They are heading to the track. Oh, they're actually heading in the gate. So they're going to be off shortly. Now the next race is Del Mar, which is $150,000. This is the Solana Beach Stake Race going a mile on the turf with 12 starts. Um, okay, here we go.
Off they race. Good start for Irish Aces and Piper's Factor on the outside. GT500 coming through for the lead. 3 across the track as they head to the wire. About 3 lengths away is Gas Me Up. And Wyoming Bill is second last. And at the back, Seminole Chief well off the track there. Piper's Factor deep out in the lead. And Piper's Factor trying to angle across now towards the rail. And leads by a couple of lengths to GT500 and will continue on in front. In third placing is Irish Aces with Gas Me Up. They race together. 3/4 away, Wyoming Bill on the outside, joining the mix at a length and a half to Seminole Chief. Piper's Factor has come across for John Velasquez to be out by 4.5 lengths. GT500 second, 1 away in third is Gas Me Up. Irish Aces on the inside.
Right now it's
Wyoming
6,
Bill and the trailer by a length
2,
and a half,
3,
Seminole Chief.
1.
Racing along in front through a half in 46 and 2, and Piper's Factor leads the King Edward by 3.5 lengths. GT500 second, Gas Me Up is third. Tucked away on the inside, Irish Aces starting a run. Wyoming Bill coming home, and last of all is Seminole Chief. Zooming along now, Piper's Factor, and crunching the fractions. Piper's Factor by 4 lengths, Gas Me Up to second. Irish Aces starting a run up the inside, winding up pretty well, and now comes off the rail.
Here comes the
Piper's
3.
Factor in front. The challenge now from Gas Me Up, and Irish Aces back in third with Wyoming Bill. Having to switch course, Irish Aces. Piper's Factor clings on. Irish Aces up the inside, Gas Me Up the outer, and then Wyoming Bill. It's still Piper's Factor now, Gas Me Up, and Irish Aces. Gas Me Up on the outside. Piper's Factor in the center of a photo with Gas Me Up and Irish Aces on the inside.
3
just behind them,
horses
Wyoming Bill,
just came
and at the back,
across.
Seminole Chief a photo for the win.
So we gotta wait and see who won. Photo for the win. 3 horses crossed the line.
135.44.
Yeah, they all the 1, the 6, and the 3. And then you had 5 right behind it.
It is a photo finish. The first quarter 23, a half 46 and 2, 3/4 110 and 2, 7/8 122 and 4, and the final time 135.44.
They still haven't showed who won. It looks like well, I don't know because I don't know the angle of the line where it's supposed to be. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's actually going to be interesting to see because it's the first 3. So it's going to be 1, 3, and 6. But you don't know what order they're going to be in. See, the next race is at Del Mar. And it is race 6. Well, they're taking a long time to announce this one. Mm. Yeah, they're taking a long time to announce this one, so I'm patient. I don't have another race until it's quite a bit of minutes.
he gets it. Gas
The
me up.
3
6
won the
second
race.
pipe is Factor. 1 is third. Irish Aces and 5. Wyoming Bill is 4.
So it came 3, 6, 1. I had the 6. I said the 5 or the 6. Both of mine came. One came second, the other one came fourth. So, but I had 3. So that's pretty cool. Okay. So while we're waiting for the next race at Del Mar, I thought we'd do a little bit of nostalgia, I think. I want to go back and I want to look at some of the older horses because I know the name, but I don't know anything about the legacy. Okay, why is it's frozen now. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's do it this way. Because I'm interested. You don't have to be interested, but I hope you will be. Because I hear so much about the name. Sometimes I know the name, sometimes I don't.
Man o' War to Sam Riddle of Pennsylvania. Riddle intended to race Man o' War, but first he had to break this extraordinary beast.
When they were breaking Man o' War, the horse hated it. He screamed.
Still don't understand. I have a problem with this. There we go.
With rage, absolutely did not want to
Man
be
o'
broken. It was
War,
several days
I've
before
heard
they could
of.
get near the horse. And finally, he, being a very brainy horse, according to Riddle, gave in because he knew he wasn't going to win. But Riddle also said that every time that horse ever started a race after that, he could tell by the way the horse acted that he remembered his breaking and he never forgave them.
2-year-old Man o' War began his racing career in the spring of 1919. He made his debut at Long Island's Belmont Park, which had opened in 1905. At the starting line, the Red Giant exuded a fiery calm. And when the race began, he ran with thundering precision, making the longest strides track regulars had ever seen. The performance had the crowd checking their race forms. It was the first time they'd seen the name Man o' War, but it wouldn't be the last. He may have been difficult to break, but Man o' War was even harder to beat. After his first 6 races, he remained undefeated.
He was so incredibly dominant. It wasn't that he just won races, but he won with a tremendous dominance over other horses.
Man o' War opened fire, so to speak, during his 2-year-old season. At 2 years old, won 6 straight, was clearly an incredible horse, a horse for the future. They could tell already.
Man o' War was the talk of the track, especially at Saratoga. It was at this venerable course that Man o' War would face his greatest challenge. It was like going to see Babe Ruth play in Yankee Stadium. In 1919, no ticket was hotter than the one that got you in to see the thoroughbred sensation Man o' War make a run at Saratoga, the nation's premier track. He'd come to run in Saratoga's Sanford Memorial Stakes, and 30,000 spectators were there to watch him perform. Today, the starting gate is a well-established fixture. But at the start of the 20th century, most tracks, including Saratoga, didn't have fixed gates. Instead,
did
horses
not
were
know
lined
that.
up behind a tape that was raised to start the race.
When they released the tape, Man of War was facing backwards. So the horses took off, and Man of War started 4 lengths behind. Had absolutely no chance, apparently. But then he took off. This amazing horse knocked off one horse after another, 1, 2, 3, 4 horses as he went around the back stretch, then coming down the home stretch. 100 feet out, he was just 3/4 of a length behind Harry Payne Whitney's front runner. And when they got to the finish line, you just couldn't tell who won.
In the end, Man of War lost by a nose. Ironically, the winning thoroughbred was named Upset. But Man of War's narrow loss to Upset did little to break his stride. In race after race, Man of War chewed through the competition. He won the 1920 Belmont Stakes by 20 lengths. In another race, he won by an incredible 100 lengths. He beat older horses, younger horses, and previous champs. No matter the competition or condition of the track, he always came out ahead.
He had only 1 defeat out of 21 starts. He set a series of American and world records, some of which lasted for many, many years.
The growing popularity of radio carried Man of War's incredible success across the nation. People from every walk of life thrilled at the exploits of this thoroughbred champion. Man of War became a national sports hero.
It was the golden age of American sports, and these were the years of Jack Dempsey and Ty Cobb in baseball and Newt Rockne and football, really a marvelous period in American sports, and now they had an equine hero as well.
In 1921, Sam Riddle retired Man of War and turned his champion out to stud. He was out to pasture, but still in the public eye. On a farm near Lexington, Kentucky, Man of War sired 64 race champions.
Man of War was
lot.
really bigger than a racehorse. He really was a national hero. People literally went down to Kentucky, where Man of War was retired, to see Man of War. Thousands of people, year after year, would come down and visit this sort of living legend. And Man of War's groom, who took care of him at the time, became a celebrity himself, Will Harbut. His description of Man of War as the mostest horse became part of the lexicon.
When Man of War died at age 30, his passing met with fanfare normally reserved for heads of state.
He was such a public hero that his funeral was broadcast on radio. They had a casket that was lined with the colors of Mr. Riddle's silks, and 8 or 10 dignitaries spoke, talking about not only his importance as a racehorse to the racing community, but his influence as a tourist attraction to the city of Lexington.
Man of War. Now, Big Red was only defeated once in his entire career. And towards the end of his 3-year-old year, this handsome big thoroughbred had done about everything that could be done.
So that's Man of War. I've been hearing about him for the longest time. His name has come up in I don't know how many different pieces of research that I've done in regards to thoroughbred horses. You know, of course, Secretariat and all the others come up, but Man of War, they've done movies on Secretariat, and they've done movies on oh, I can't think of the other horse now. Seabiscuit. But I don't think they've ever done a movie on Man of War. If they have, I'm not familiar with it. But it's just very interesting to note. This one I started watching, and I don't know if this includes.
Did you know one horse crushed the Belmont by 31 lengths? And
This one I found very interesting, and this is more contemporary data than anything else. But, you know, again, I think it's worth listening to because it's very I don't want to say educational, but it is kind of educational, but it tells you about the horses from
Another
the
horse racked
past.
up 54 wins without ever tasting defeat. These beasts raced, owned the turf, and carved their names into the legend books with every stride. Their power still shakes the ground of horse racing memories today. Buckle up and watch till the end to find out exactly who these giants were, and to discover which one stands as the greatest racehorse of all time. Kicking things off at 20, let's meet Cigar. Cigar roared through the 1990s like a storm on four legs. Born on April
Don't
18,
remember Cigar.
1990, this American-bred powerhouse turned heads with a blistering 16-race winning streak. Twice crowned Horse of the Year in 1995 and 1996, he also claimed champion older horse titles both seasons. His speed and consistency crushed the doubts of any critic, sealing his name in racing lore. Cigar banked nearly $10 million in prize money, making him the richest thoroughbred in U.S. history at the time of his retirement. After a highly anticipated stud career that proved disappointing, he lived out his days in Kentucky until October 7, 2014, when complications from spinal surgery ended his life. His bloodlines failed at stud, but his legendary racing scorched the record books forever. Ready to feel your heart race even faster? Let's keep rolling. Charging in next at 19 is Ruffian. Born on April
Never
17,
heard of this one.
1972, Ruffian redefined speed and courage in every stride. This dark bay filly was a wrecking ball on hooves, smashing stakes records, and leaving fields trailing helplessly. Undefeated in her first 10 starts, she owned the spotlight with breathtaking power and a will that never flinched. In July 1975, she faced Kentucky Derby winner Foolish Pleasure in a match race billed as the battle of the century. Midway through, tragedy struck. Ruffian shattered 2 bones in her right foreleg. Despite surgery, she thrashed violently while waking from anesthesia, worsening her injuries beyond hope. Vets had no choice but to end her pain. Ruffian was euthanized on July 7, 1975, sealing her place as horse racing's fallen warrior, etched forever in heartbreak and glory. That was a story with a tragic ending. But hold on, there's more power coming your way. Taking the spotlight now at 18 is Zenyatta. She
Zenyatta, I
danced onto
know.
the stage like a storm rolling through calm skies. Foaled on April 1st, 2004, this champion American thoroughbred conquered 19 of her 20 starts with devastating power. She captured both the Breeders' Cup Distaff and the Breeders' Cup Classic, stamping her name on the sport's biggest prizes. Her thrilling, deep closing style left fans breathless and rivals finished. Her trophy case overflowed in record time. She claimed American Horse of the Year in 2010 and took champion older female honors 3 years running, from 2008 to 2010. Each time she hit the track, jaws dropped. Zenyatta became more than a racehorse. She became an icon of power and poise. Though retired to the broodmare ranks, she still rules hearts as one of the greatest mares ever to thunder down a home stretch. Legends don't rest, and neither should you.
Yep,
So let's keep
I know
going.
Cynthia well.
Lining up now at 17 is Kelso.
Kelso, I don't
Lightning
know.
struck the turf for 5 straight years when this legend ruled the sport. Named Horse of the Year every season from 1960 through 1964, he set a standard no one could match. Bred by Mrs. Richard C. DuPont and foaled at Claiborne Farm in Kentucky, he carried the blood of your host, and the Count Fleet mare, Maid of Flight. Kelso crushed rivals with iron determination and endless stamina, proving himself one of the most unique and accomplished thoroughbreds ever to race in America. His powerful stride and relentless heart made him a fan favorite from coast to coast. Generations later, his record still echoes through racetracks as a challenge to any horse dreaming of greatness. If you thought that was unstoppable, just wait for this next one. Stepping up next at number 16 is Nijinsky. Thunder shook the
Nijinsky,
European
I've heard
turf when
of.
this colt exploded onto the scene. Unbeaten in 5 races as a 2-year-old in 1969, he left no doubt about his raw talent. The following year, he stormed into history by claiming the English Triple Crown as the first horse in 35 years to do it. As of 2024, no horse had matched that achievement. His brilliance burned across the tracks, at a time when competition was fierce and victories were hard-earned. Fans watched in awe as he conquered the 2000 Guineas, the Derby, and the St. Leger with a champion's confidence. Nijinsky proved greatness thrives under pressure and left a legacy that still stands like an iron monument over the world of racing. Europe wasn't done making history. Get set for another giant. Speaking of giants, check out our video about the biggest horses in the world to see these massive legends in action. Coming in at number 15 is Seabird. Waves of power crashed over Europe when this French legend took to the
Seabird.
sky. Foaled in 1962, he blazed through 8 races between 1964 and 1965, claiming 7 wins with fearless brilliance. He left jaws on the floor by seizing 2 of Europe's greatest trophies, the Epsom Derby and the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe. Rivals seemed helpless against his effortless speed and sharp turn of foot. Seabird rose above the best of his time and etched his name into the high peaks of racing history. After retiring to stud, he passed along those champion genes with pride. His story ended in 1973, but his legend still sails across the turf, reminding everyone how one perfect horse can own the world. Keep your eyes locked in, because greatness on the track is just getting started. The Triple Crown winner, Affirmed, checks in at 14. A blaze of copper lit up the tracks when this champion charged into history.
Colored horse.
In 1978, he became America's 11th Triple Crown winner, sealing his name among racing royalty. That same year, he launched the first of back-to-back Horse of the Year campaigns, leaving no doubt about his dominance. Speed, courage, and grit flowed through every stride as he outdueled rival after rival. By the time he retired in 1979, he had accumulated more than $2 million in earnings, a record haul for the sport at the time.
Wow.
Fans couldn't get enough of his fighting spirit and thrilling finishes. Affirmed stood tall as the ultimate competitor, defining an era of racing with style and power. He still inspires trainers, jockeys, and dreamers worldwide. If you're into these epic stories, go ahead and hit subscribe. There's plenty more racing magic and wild horse legends coming up, and you won't want to miss a single second. Up next at number 13 is Seattle Slew. Power thundered down the track in 1977 when this fierce warrior claimed the Triple Crown without a single defeat. Foaled on February 15th, 1974, he became America's 10th Triple Crown champion and the first ever to sweep the series unbeaten. Seattle Slew stormed through every gate with the confidence of a true king. Horse of the Year honors followed in 1977, along with Eclipse awards across all 3 of his racing seasons. His blend of raw speed and unbreakable heart set a new bar for greatness. After retiring, he passed his champion spirit to countless foals at stud. Seattle Slew died in his sleep on May 7, 2002. His story, however, still echoes through racing as a testament to perfect dominance and courage under pressure. Still with us and all these legendary horses? Wait to see what's next. Charging in at number 12 is War Admiral. Fire sparked on the racetrack when this warrior charged forward with unstoppable force. Born from legendary bloodlines, he conquered the Triple Crown in 1937 with the heart of a champion.
Okay.
War Admiral carried his power into the breeding shed, siring 40 stakes winners, including the brilliant Hall of Famer Busher, who was crowned Horse of the Year in 1945. That same year, War Admiral led all American sires, showing he was just as fierce off the track as on it. For 11 years, he ranked among the top 20 sires, proving his legacy was built to last. In 1959, he died at age 25 and was laid to rest with honor beside Man-O-War and Brush-Up at Fairway Farm, forever part of racing's sacred soil. It is time to crank things up. This next horse was all class and fire. The once-in-a-lifetime Black Caviar is number 11,
Black
They called
caviar.
her a once-in-a-lifetime
Oh,
marvel,
her.
and she proved it every single time the gates flew open. Foaled on August 18, 2006, this Australian superstar went an entire career without tasting defeat with 25 starts and 25 victories. Black Caviar crushed other sprinters with her raw speed and effortless grace, turning races into her personal victory lap. Fans packed grandstands to witness that unstoppable charge down the stretch. She inspired pride far beyond Australia, showing the world what true perfection looks like on four hooves. Retired in 2013 to a quiet life as a broodmare, she left a record so clean and dominant that challengers may never touch it. Black Caviar remains the ultimate symbol of power, beauty, and absolute racing brilliance. Feeling chills up your spine? Good, because there's even more coming. Crashing into the top 10 is Winx. Crowds held their
Winx,
breath
I've
every
never
time
heard
she
of.
stepped onto the track. This Australian wonder raced 43 times, crossing the finish line first in 37 of them. Even more incredible, she racked up 25 Group 1 wins, a world record that still leaves jaws on the floor. Winx rarely missed a paycheck, finishing out of the placings only 3 times in her entire career. Her closing kick had fans on their feet, hearts pounding as she surged past rivals like a blue tidal wave. Every run felt electric, and every win was a reminder of her class and courage. Retired to a well-earned broodmare life, she stays etched in memory as the queen of Group 1s, rewriting what it means to dominate the turf. One queen down, but another legend waits on deck. Northern Dancer thunders in at number 9. Hooves thundered out of Canada and straight into legend.
I'm not sure.
Born on May 27th, 1961, in Oshawa, Ontario, this little powerhouse lit up the 1964 Kentucky Derby in record time. That record stood until 1973. Northern Dancer demonstrated to the world that Canadian breeding could produce champions.
They're all
He
beautiful.
ran with a fearless heart and a sharp turn of foot. Fans fell for his small but mighty frame. Nothing rattled him.
Thank you for the
When he
alert.
retired to stud, he changed the game. His blood-shaped champions all over the world. He died on November the 16th, 1990 in Maryland. But his Derby magic still echoes across the sport. Northern Dancer stays locked in the hearts of racing fans, right where he belongs. History shook with that one, but brace yourself for what's next. Now, flashing in at number 8 is Spectacular Bid. They called him a superstar, and he backed it up
Almost
every
looks
step.
gray.
This champion took home Eclipse Awards in all 3 of his racing seasons. He won at 15 different racetracks across 9 states, proving he could shine anywhere. Spectacular Bid smashed 7 track records and put together win streaks of 12 and 10 straight. Speed and class flowed through him like wildfire. His trainer didn't hold back, calling him the greatest horse to ever look through a bridle. Fans watched in awe as he made other horses appear to be standing still. He ran with style, courage, and a champion's heart. Spectacular Bid left no doubt. His name still sets the bar for brilliance every time horse racing's legends are told. Keep breathing, because this story isn't finished yet. Next up at number 7 is Far Lap. This giant red chestnut turned heads the moment he stepped into the ring. Born on October 4th, 1926, in Timaru, New Zealand, this towering gelding stood 17 hands high and burned with power. As a yearling, he was one of 6 shipped off to the Trentham sale in 1928 by Alec Roberts of Seadown Stud. Far Lap found his way to Australia, where he rose from humble beginnings to become a national treasure. Fans loved his huge stride and fighting heart, watching him crush rivals time and again. He carried hope through tough times and inspired a nation. Even today, his legend stands tall, reminding everyone how one horse can lift spirits and rule the track like a true champion. That was a true hero. But the track has even more to show you next. Showcasing number 6 is Frankel. Frankel turned the turf into his showcase, leaving rivals gasping in his wake. Trained by Sir Henry Cecil and bred by Saudi Prince Khalid bin Abdullah, He carried a royal pedigree straight to glory. 4 white feet didn't stop him from crushing 14 straight races, beating 102 rivals along the way, with an average winning margin of 5.4 lengths. Named after American trainer Bobby Frankel, he honored that legacy with style and speed, clocking up to 43 miles per hour and eating 23 pounds of oats daily to fuel the fire. Crowds flocked to see him. Nearly 300,000 people
43
across his
miles.
perfect career. Today, he's worth
And-
over $200 million and stands as one of the finest stallions alive. A living monument to pure racing power. If you think you've seen perfection, just wait, because the ride's only getting better. Down the stretch in number 5 is
American Pharaoh.
Thunder shook the sport to
Yeah.
its core when this champion broke a 37-year Triple Crown drought
Yeah.
that had felt like a curse. American Pharaoh charged through the Kentucky
American
Derby, the
Pharaoh.
Preakness, and the Belmont in 2015 with a calm, unstoppable power that
Victor
looked almost
Espinosa.
supernatural. Fans had been waiting since affirmed in 1978 for a hero to sweep all 3 jewels again, and he did it with breathtaking style. His smooth, rhythmic strides and fearless heart made the impossible seem easy, leaving crowds roaring in disbelief. His triumph gave horse racing a jolt of life, reminding the world why these classics still stir the soul. After one last victorious run, he retired to stud as one of the most valuable sires ever known. American Pharaoh didn't just claim trophies. He brought back hope, pride, and the magic of the Triple Crown
did.
dream. Now, get ready for another masterpiece. Unstoppable at number 4 is Citation. Every horse
Citation.
lover dreams of a sure thing, and this horse turned that dream into a living,
don't know
breathing
Citation
reality.
very well.
Citation was a force of nature, dominating every challenge and becoming the first thoroughbred to break the $1 million mark with $1,085,760 in prize money. From 1947 to 1951, he stepped onto the track 45 times, winning 32 of those races and finishing out of the money only once. At 2 and 3 years old, he was nearly unstoppable, claiming 27 of 29 races and closing out 1948 with an epic 15-race win streak. Fans stood in awe of his smooth stride and effortless power, cheering as he made rivals look frozen in place. Citation didn't just win, he set a gold standard that still makes racing fans nod in respect today. He was proof that true champions are built to conquer again and again without question. That was a money machine for sure, but the next horse might just break your mind. Breaking the laws of nature at number 3 is Kinsum. If any
Kinsum.
horse ever broke the laws of nature, it was this Hungarian wonder.
Hmm.
Kinsum was born on March 17, 1874, and she stunned the racing world with a perfect record of 54 wins in 54 starts. And no
Oh, wow.
horse has matched that since. A farmer named Erno Blaskovich bred her after a baron called her inferior and refused to buy her. English trainer Robert Hesp took her in and guided her to greatness. Fans came from all over Europe to see her race. Even Emperor Francis Joseph became a fan after she won the Kaiser Prize in Vienna. Kingsum traveled everywhere with her pet cat, Salogani, by her side. She retired at 5 after her last win in Budapest. Today, 150 years later, her legend still stands. Kingsum remains unbeaten, unmatched, and a true monument to racing greatness. 54 wins? Unreal. But the next powerhouse is just as fierce. Coming in at number 2 is Man o' War. They called
Yep,
him
we
Big
just saw a
Red,
thing on him.
but Man o' War was more like a force of nature. Bred at Nursery Stud in Lexington, Kentucky, this chestnut titan carried the blood of champions. He was the progeny of Fair Play and Mahuba, and ran like he had thunder in his veins. Samuel Riddle grabbed him in 1918, and by his debut at Belmont, he was already 6 lengths ahead of the pack. In just 21 starts, he crushed 20 wins, including a jaw-dropping victory by 100 lengths, and another while carrying 138 pounds. Man o' War even destroyed a Triple Crown champion in a match race by 7 lengths, with a monster stride up to 28 feet and a daily appetite for 12 quarts of oats, he left no doubt. Voted the greatest horse of the 20th century, Man o' War made America the true heart of racing. That was Thunder, now see the lightning strike. Topping the legend list is Secretariat. Nothing shook racing quite like that blazing chestnut with 3 white socks and a swagger that turned heads before he even hit full stride. Secretariat broke every rule, shattered every doubt, and redefined what a champion could be. At just 2 years old, he became the first juvenile ever crowned Horse of the Year in 1972, setting the stage for a legend in the making. In 1973, he blew the doors off the Triple Crown, ending a 25-year drought and smashing track records in all 3 races. His Kentucky Derby time of 1 minute, 59 and 2/5 seconds still stands, and his Belmont run, a jaw-dropping 31-length victory, felt almost unreal. Out of 21 starts, he claimed 16 wins, earning $1.3 million while inspiring fans to follow him like groupies. Secretariat retired to stud, carrying a legacy no foal has ever lived up to. He remains horse racing's undisputed king. These greatest racehorses ever to grace our planet proved what unstoppable champions look like. Their legacy will echo through every racetrack for generations. If you're hungry for even more raw horsepower, dive into most powerful horses in the world next. See how true power comes alive.
Now, I played this to just kind of pass the time because the next race wasn't until like 40 minutes later.
Stallions win
But
races, broodmares build dynasties. We dug into the bloodlines,
why
the
is it
statistics,
talking?
the champions
Okay.
produced, and the legacies left behind across
I
every
don't know what
era,
it's doing.
every country, every generation. 21
Did it
mares made the
restart?
list. Only one changed thoroughbred racing more than any other. Number 21.
Okay, gotta do this. Not sure why it's doing that. But anyway, like I said, I was doing this. We've got 3 minutes now. Oh, it pushed it because it was like 3 minutes. Now we got 10 minutes, so it's running a little late. Okay. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of go over some of the older races and some of the older horses. Now, the caveat is I don't know how old this video is, so that means I'm pretty sure there are more horses that are well deserving to be on that list, but I'm sure the list has been updated somewhere, and at some point I'll go and I'll see if I can find a more current list that will do a countdown that includes some of the more contemporary horses today. But at least we got a chance to see a little bit. Uh, for me, it was interesting, and I hope it was interesting for you, because I am enjoying the opportunity to learn everything I can about thoroughbred racing, not just from the betting perspective, not just from, I mean, I want to be able to encompass all aspects of horse racing because, like I said, I find it fascinating. I find it interesting. Um, oh, so there have been some scratches at Del Mar, so we need to go back to Del Mar and talk about what's going on. I don't know what happened and why they got scratched. But there were 11 starts in this, 12 starts in this race, and now we're down to 7. So the two Fabonosius ride. Fabonaceous Not really sure. I'm trying with Victor Espinosa. That's funny. Um, the three is Quick Kate with Kamar, Kazushi Kamar, Grand Slam Smile with JJ Hernandez, Can't Sleep with uh, Emicio Harmio. Um, the eight is Clubhouse Cutie with Hector Barrows. The nine is Wink and Grin with Julian Leparoux. And Kick You Ride is Antonio Frizu. Now, I didn't give the odds, so let me go back and give you the odds. The two is 12 to 1. The three is 13 to 1. The six is the favorite at 3 to 5. The seven is 5 to 2. The eight is 14 to 1. The nine is 10 to 1. And the 12 is 21 to 1. Now, I always have to bet on Victor. I'm sorry. Victor, you know, JJ, I mean, yeah, and Harmio and yeah, they can do, but I'm gonna I will put my money on Victor. I just am. Um for this race. Uh, I don't know why it was delayed. I'm sure it's not going to tell me. But we have 5 minutes to post. Uh, let's see. Anything else? This is quick glance.
It looks like your kick is frozen, by the way.
It does.
Yeah, let me check the other ones real quick.
Okay. Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine everywhere else.
Okay. That's interesting. Well, last week I had problems with YouTube. This week is Kick. Can I say? I guess it wouldn't be me if nothing else, if nothing happened, because I was getting ready to say, wow, this was um a video that I or a live stream that I've done with that's almost flawless, but the karma has said, nope, 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 nope. We're not going to make you that comfortable. Sorry, we're just not going to do it.
Kick.
You're still live. I mean, I still hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm checking. I'm sorry. I'm checking. It could be my TV. Let me double check.
Okay. So at a quick glance, other than
Yeah, you're fine. It's I don't know. TV froze. So
okay. Well,
I checked the browser, checked my phone. It did everywhere.
okay.
Cool.
Thank you. So other than the two, and it might be because the six looks phenomenal, to be perfectly honest. I'm like, oh my God. I'm not sure if anything can beat the six. Maybe the nine can come close. I don't know. But we will find out for sure. I'm not betting anything on this way. I'm not even gonna make a comment other than Victor. I'm not even gonna put it in my chat. Because these all are phenomenal horses. So, and I've said before, me and Delmar don't we have not reached that understanding yet, and where it's I can pick a horse, and although I did a few weeks ago, which surprised the heck out of me. Um, but normally, yeah, these are all for Philly and Mayor's 3-year-olds and up. That's what we are, um, that's what's in this race today. I still don't know why so many horses, and maybe that was the plan. I don't know, but I don't know because I've never known Del Mar to have that many horses um go off on on a card. So maybe it was planned. But anyway, we've got 2 minutes to post, and after this, I think I'm gonna end it because the next race is an hour and so out, and I'm just not gonna hang on for that. So, after this race, I think I'm just gonna call it a day. And I want to thank everybody. Yeah, because it's been 5 hours. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. And I hope you had fun and I hope you learned some new information. Hopefully, um, you'll come back and want to hear some more. But if you like it, please like, subscribe, share. Um, and I will look forward to you being back or seeing you next Saturday, which will be the 22nd, I think. Yeah, August the 22nd. I will be live streaming again. And like I have been doing, I will notify you what time I will be going live this week. And that's all I got today. I feel like I worked. I feel like I've worked hard today. But at least this is something I enjoy doing. I really enjoy it. And like I said, I appreciate you who have come to hear me babble most of the time and talk about these horses and at least get my feel on as far as the racing industry is concerned. So right now they are heading to the gate and just waiting for them. They are beginning. I can't tell if they're entering the gate or they're doing their circle dance. Oh, it looks like they're doing their circle dance right now. So yeah. Um, oh no, they're actually going into the gate. So yeah, this race is getting ready to go off. The favorite is still the 6 Grand Slam Smile.
They're all in line. They're off in the Solana Beach. And it's Can't Sleep who had the best beginning and will take the early lead. Grand Slam Smile is close, though. She's second on the inside. And then comes Clubhouse Cutie in third, followed by Quick Kate to the inside. Wink and a Grin is right alongside of Fibonacci's Ride,
Okay,
and
right
Kiku
now
Ride is the
it's
trailer,
6,
racing for
7,
the turn.
8,
Grand Slam Smile's going to grab
3.
the front going into that turn. She's the leader by just a neck. Can't Sleep on the outside. Now they're on even terms, and they're 2 lengths ahead of Clubhouse Cutie and Quick Kate. They went 22.97 for the opening quarter mile. So Grand Slam Smile getting some early company here as they head on to the backstretch. Wink and a Grin is back there running in fifth, and Fibonacci's Ride and Kiku Ride is the trailer. Up the backstretch they go. Can't
Still
Sleep on the
6, 7, 8,
outside by
3.
just ahead. On the rail is Grand Slam Smile, and the two of them are right together as they continue their journey up the backstretch. 46.86 was the half mile. Then Clubhouse Cutie on the outside of Quick Kate. A length and a half back to Wink and a Grin. Fibonacci's Ride and Kiku Ride is the trailer. Around the far turn, still Grand Slam Smile and Can't Sleep, and Can't Sleep's got the lead. Can't Sleep with a head in front. Grand Slam Smile, the heavy favorite, will cut the corner second as they come to the top of the stretch. Can't Sleep trying to put away Grand Slam Smile,
Yes,
and she's
he
doing it
is.
right now. But she's got company from Quick Kate. Grand Slam Smile's dropped back. Fibonacci's Ride is charging through an opening on the inside, and she may be coming the best under Victor Espinoza. And Fibonacci's Ride has won the Solana Beach. Quick Kate was
17
second,
to
a late
1.
rally from Wink and a Grin,
Wow.
and then came Grand Slam Smile.
Man. That's why I love my Victor. Yeah. Yeah, that's why he is a Kentucky Derby winner. 17 to 1. Wow. That's awesome. And he came from nowhere. I just see him out in front. Oh, that was a great end to the day. Came 2, 3, and 9. 2, 3, and 9. Wait, the favorite was not even in the money. So that's going to be a great exactor. Holy crap. You got a 17 to 1 on top, a 13 to 1 that came second, and an 8 to 1 that came third. Something must have happened with the 6 because there's no way. Mm, mm. You go ahead, Victor. I'm sorry, this was such a surprise. I'm not ready to let this one go because I always bet on Victor, but that's just me. But I 17 to 1. Wow. Oh, the 6 came fourth. So because the 6 wasn't in the winning, that mean the 2 and the 3 exactor is going. Oh, you know what? I can tell you how much that 2 and 3 exactor is going to be. Let me do this. 2, 3 exactor for $1 is going to pay $123 for that 2, 3 exactor. Now I don't know what it is going to be for the trifecta because it doesn't tell me that. I don't even think that has it. No, it's not going to tell me that. But anyway, so that just made my $36 to win. Yeah, that was a good race. That was a very good race. Anyway, and I'm doing this for fun right now. I'm not putting any money or betting, but if I were, but then again, karma again. When you really start betting on things, it doesn't always come out the way. Think it in your head, and then when you see it, it's like, oh, I should have, could have, would have. That's the whole thing. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your week. I will see you next Saturday at I don't know what time, but I will be live. I will be here. Until then, happy racing. Bye.